meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's meeting, for your information, is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available by the House of Commons website. With that, I would like to welcome all the witnesses here. We appreciate you coming and making your presentations. We do have eight groups and quite a number of witnesses. So I would ask you to try as seriously as you can to hold your remarks to 5 minutes, and that'll give us more time for questions. So with that, we'll start with Brandt Tractor Limited, Gavin Semple, Chairman of the Board, and Don Switzer, Chief Operating Officer. I believe you're the two that's here. Mr. Who's going ahead, Mr. Switzer or Mr. Semple?
Mr. Semple, Gavin Semple. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for taking the time to meet with us today and to listen to us talk a little bit about Brandt and about the wage subsidy program and some of the issues we're having. Perhaps it's beneficial to just give a quick overview of Brandt. We're an 88-year-old family-owned business headquartered in Regina, doing business across Canada with facilities in virtually all provinces. We have two facets to our business. Manufacturing and distribution. We manufacture agricultural equipment and rail equipment that we sell throughout North America and offshore. Our largest business, however, is in the distribution business, and that is Brandt Tractor that we're here to talk about today. Brandt Tractor exclusively owns and operates all of the John Deere construction and forestry equipment in Canada. We have 56 locations across the country, 34 of which are in Eastern Canada. We have 3,200 employees and over 700 are in Eastern Canada. So the construction equipment that we sell is used for road building, in mining and sewer and water and residential development, forestry and so on, just to mention a few sectors. So since the pandemic hit us, our customers have been negatively impacted in virtually every market in which we operate. In the areas where work has resumed with some projects, it's at a much lower level, and there remains a high level of uncertainty as to future prospects for the business. We initially laid off 160 people, but we've been trying hard to retain our 3,200 employees in the hopes that we would qualify for the wage subsidy. As you know, to be eligible for the wage subsidy, we have to experience at least a 15% reduction in sales revenue in March, 30 in April, 30 in May, as compared to those same months in 2019. And on that basis, Brandt would qualify for the program. However, in the fall of 2019, we purchased 29 dealerships in Ontario, Quebec, and Newfoundland from a company called Nortrax, which was owned by John Deere. And we purchased it on an asset purchase basis, even though we acquired the entire business. But because we purchased it on an asset basis instead of a share basis, we do not qualify for the wage subsidy program. And so the effect of that is that when we go to fill out the wage subsidy application, we're required to include in the 2020 sales of the combined company, but for 2019, we're precluded from including the sales of the company that we acquired. And so it has the effect of looking like our sales have increased when we've had a substantial decrease. And furthermore, the seasonality of our business doesn't allow us to choose the alternative of using the average of January and February, because they're not comparable months to March, April, and May in the construction industry. So we've been communicating this issue to the Ministry of Finance through the Canadian Manufacturers Association, the Association of Equipment Distributors, the chambers, and other business organizations since early April, with no resolution to the matter at this point. And I just want to point out, this isn't just a Brant problem. There are other companies affected in a similar manner. Now, I do want to compliment the government on the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. It's an excellent program. It's ideal for a company like ours in the current situation that we find ourselves. The objectives of the wage subsidy program are in complete alignment with Brant's objectives. We want to retain our 3,200 employees, call back our laid off employees, retain the benefits for the employees, keep them connected to the company so that when COVID-19 passes, we can resume our operations and not have lost all of the employees that we worked so hard to get for the last 5 years. So in summing up, due to a technicality in the wage subsidy program, Brant is unable to access the subsidy despite having adequately reduced our revenues to qualify. So we want to keep our 3,200 employees. We need the wage subsidy to do it. We're hoping that we can count on your support to help us with this matter. And we thank you once again for giving us some time today to explain the situation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semple, and we hear you loud and clear. That was well explained as one of those situations that's fallen through the cracks, if we could put it that way, and 3,200 employees is quite a number. Turning then to the College and Institutes Canada, Denise Amiot, President and CEO. Ms. Amiot. Ms. Amiot, are you there?
Yes, I needed to unmute, sorry. Bonjour, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to represent colleges, institutes, cégeps, and polytechnics. Thank you to the federal government for your quick response, especially your support for Canadian and international students. Colleges and institutes also mobilized rapidly to shift to online delivery, support students, and contribute to local efforts by donating equipment and deploying their research teams to help local companies retool operations. This rapid response has played out at colleges in your own communities, serving as a compelling reminder that 95% of Canadians and 86% of Indigenous people live within 50 kilometers of a college campus. Today, I will focus on 3 recommendations needed in the short term. First, in each of your ridings, you're watching local companies struggle to adapt, prepare for the new reality, and reimagine their business models. Our members are seeing this too. They have solutions to offer and know how to help implement them. We recommend an investment of $165 million over 2 years, starting this August, to identify and respond rapidly to the range of applied research and technology solutions SMEs and nonprofits need to retool and pivot to succeed in the evolving and new economy. I'm tabling with the committee our detailed submissions developed in collaboration with our partners. Second, I know that you are all aware of the important role that infrastructure investments will play in driving recovery in your own communities. Colleges and institutes have identified over $3.5 billion in shovel-ready projects, and we recommend in phase 1 a targeted investment in college and institute infrastructure to make our campuses more sustainable, more accessible for students with disabilities, more welcoming for Indigenous students, and more responsive to the innovation needs of your communities. I'm tabling a summary of our survey of infrastructure needs. Third, my third recommendation falls outside the scope of what federal MPs are accustomed to hearing from the post-secondary sector. Like other sectors and types of employers, the college sector has been hit hard by the crisis. While education is of provincial territorial jurisdiction, colleges are only partially funded by their government, with virtually all institutions relying on funding from other sources, like corporate training and tuition from international students. Many institutions are projecting significant shortfalls. This means layoffs of faculty and staff. CICAN had a third-party financial impact analysis done that projects losses and additional expenses over 3 scenarios. Just for 2021, it ranged from $1.8 billion to the worst case, $3.5 billion. Over 3 years, in the worst case scenario losses, it's up to $8 billion that are projected. So based on spring-summer data, the middle scenario is so far observed. I have tabled with the committee the executive summary of this analysis. Based on this analysis, we're asking that the federal government provide Canada's colleges and institutes exceptional emergency funding of up to $3.3 billion. This funding will maintain and boost the capacity of colleges and institutes and ensure the college system can effectively support resumption and recovery. In closing, you can be assured that colleges and institutes from coast to coast to coast will work with you to sustain our communities across the country. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Denise. Turning then to the Canadian Art Museum Directors Organization, Mr. Anthony Kindle, President and Executive Director. Go ahead, Mr. Kindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and standing committee on members of the committee. Bonjour, merci pour l'opportunité à parler avec vous.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 territory, the traditional territories of the Cree, Saulteaux, Ojibwe, Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota peoples and homeland of the Métis. My name is Anthony Kendall. I am Executive Director and CEO of the Mackenzie Art Gallery and President of the Canadian Art Museum Directors Organization, l'Organisation des Directeurs des Musées d'Art Canadiens. I acknowledge here our CAMDO board and with representatives from across Canada and our Executive Director, Moira McCaffrey. CAMDO represents about 100 chief executives of our country's diverse and dynamic public art galleries and museums. Our mission statement asserts that CAMDO strengthens the ability of Canadian art museum and public art gallery directors to champion art and its significance in society. It is in this spirit that we address the committee today. Our members and their organizations are being deeply impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. All art museums and galleries in Canada were forced to temporarily close our doors out of immediate concern for public health and safety. A handful of our organizations have recently begun to open to the public. However, many are predicting extended closures for a variety of reasons. We understand that the government's first priority is saving lives and supporting all Canadians, many of whom are in critical life-threatening situations, including our frontline workers and essential services, to whom we are grateful for their dedication and service. CAMDO members believe passionately that art museums and galleries help people to imagine and create a better world. In these unprecedented times, Canada's art museums continue to offer information, learning opportunities, and solace to the public. By connecting us art and culture fosters empathy and understanding of the broader human condition beyond our lived experiences. We are inspired by the creation and outpouring of art in all its forms, which have made the last few months not only more tolerable, but have transformed people's lives and help us all see things from different perspectives. Over 95% of our galleries have shifted programming online and have continued to share resources with artists and our communities. Statistics Canada estimates that the direct economic impact of culture was 53.1 billion in Canada in 2017, or 2.7% of overall GDP. In visual and applied arts alone, it includes 10.2 million as key contributors to gross domestic product. We applaud and are grateful for the various measures the Government of Canada has undertaken to support the sector during COVID-19. Of special note has been the proactive and positive engagement of the Canada Council for the Arts. These lifelines have had a meaningful and significant impact and enabled most of our organizations to continue on and have widely kept our employees on payroll. I want to put to the committee a significant portion of our member galleries and museums that may fall through the cracks with regard to federal support. Those are the myriad university and municipal art galleries from coast to coast that serve wide public audiences, but are ineligible for federal funding due to jurisdictional structures. We would like to respectfully suggest that more could be done for university and municipal art galleries which are ineligible for the wage subsidies due to their provincial mandates. CAMTO conducted a national survey in April to explore how art museums are being affected. 62% of our galleries indicate increased costs of doing business, while at the same time, about 75% are reporting lost revenue. In the commercial gallery sector worldwide, it is reported that galleries expect a 72% drop in revenues, and that 1/3 of commercial galleries worldwide do not expect to survive the crisis. The implications of this are profound, with an anticipated effect through the visual arts sector, including both individual artists and larger institutions. Our sector anticipates new challenges as we emerge from the pandemic and seeks ongoing support as part of the recovery. Added costs of ensuring public health and safety measures, such as increased staffing, digital technology and programs, IT to manage timed entry and contact tracing, plexiglass shields, cleaning, all of these will strain our resources, even as we expect reduced attendance and reduced revenue in the near term to support these costs. We believe that it is imperative to ensure that all Canada's public art galleries and museums will receive additional support to cover these urgent items that have not otherwise been supported through previous programs, including the wage subsidies or Canada Council funding. Over the long term, changes to tax incentives for philanthropy and matching endowment programs enacted by the federal government will be required to foster greater resiliency, reduce reliance on government funding, and ensure that the dramatic and devastating impact of the pandemic does not occur again. In conclusion, thanks in large part to the measures taken by the federal government so far, Canada's art museums and public art galleries are well positioned to be active participants in leading us towards Canada's economic recovery. Further support is an investment that will position art galleries and museums to be part of the recovery, to foster social inclusion, to kickstart the economy, and to spur domestic tourism. These are roles Canada's art museums and galleries are uniquely positioned and excited to realize with your support. Thank you and merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kendall. Turning then to Kevin Lee, Canadian Home Builders Association. Kevin, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you know, CHBA represents 9,000 member companies across Canada and an industry of over 1.3 million jobs and $142 billion in economic activity under normal circumstances. And while the sector has been operating through the pandemic at some capacity, it has not been business as usual. Sales of new homes and starts have tailed off dramatically during the pandemic. And renovation companies have also slowed dramatically or stopped, especially when it comes to projects within people's homes. So CHBA is very much welcome.
Kevin, I believe I'm going to ask you to slow down a little
Sure.
bit. Just to slow down a little.
Help the translators.
Yeah.
So CHBA has very much welcomed the work of the government to provide emergency programs to support workers and businesses. We've also appreciated how responsive the government has been to feedback to make changes to close gaps and maximize impact. In particular, the Canada Emergency Business Account and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program have helped support many businesses. Changes to the reference period for the wage subsidy and the ability to use the cash or accrual accounting method have been very important, as have changes to CEBA to lower the minimum payroll threshold and to render dividends eligible. So we're very thankful for those on-the-fly adjustments that have been made that have allowed many more of our challenged companies to qualify. At the same time, though, as we've expressed in our ongoing dialogue with government, there remain outstanding challenges, particularly with regards to the wage subsidy program. The challenge is that in residential construction, the revenue cycles are long and essentially 95% of the revenues don't accrue until the close of the home when the keys are handed to the homeowner. A sale made in early 2019, for example, with a small deposit, typically 5%, is financed over many months or years, and the revenue comes at closing. Due to this revenue cycle, closings have still occurred in recent months from construction over the past year or years, but new sales have dried up. In these circumstances, many businesses haven't been able to meet the revenue decline criteria of the wage subsidy program because of closings. Meanwhile, sales have plummeted. As a result, many companies have very little or no new work and therefore no new financing and won't until sales pick up. As a result, they have and will continue to lay off workers. Unfortunately, neither the changes to the reference period or to allow cash or accrual accounting capture the situation. To make the program work better for this situation, CHBA has been recommending that the program criteria be amended to allow the fair value of contracts signed to be used in calculating the revenue. This will capture the steep decline in sales, which is the measure needed to capture these situations and keep workers employed or get them back. A quick note too on financing. Our members will need to have the financial system meet the credit requirements of businesses trying to stay afloat in the short term and scale up construction over the longer term. Unfortunately, some of our companies are having issues securing the capital they need when opportunities do present themselves during this difficult time, or to extend financing due to delayed closing and lost sales. So it'll be important that the measures put in place by government to provide more liquidity to the financial institutions actually translate into the financing requirements of business in our sector and other sectors. And as I know, many of us are starting to think in these terms as well, I'd like to speak for a moment on recovery. While the forecasts vary on the impact that COVID-19 will have on the housing market, there is no question that government policy can and should help to ensure housing markets remain stable, rather than dampen activity or slow the recovery. Housing can and should be a solid part of economic recovery, as it has been in the past. For those Canadians who have maintained their financial situation through the crisis, there should be opportunities for them to access home ownership or to renovate their homes to meet the evolving needs of their situation. For many, COVID has placed new priorities on their needs and aspirations regarding their homes. And the multiplier effect in residential construction to other related goods and services and jobs is extensive, of course, and extensive economic recovery and housing recovery do go hand in hand. In terms of recovery programming, the good thing about housing is that it can achieve many other policy objectives too. So to that end, we have some recommendations. One is removing the GST or HST on new housing across the continuum for 2020 and 2021 to improve affordability immediately. And post that period, index the existing rebate program to better reflect current house prices. We recommend introducing a home renovation tax credit for 2020 and 2021 for all types of home renovations, and connected to that, a permanent energy retrofit tax credit to tackle climate change now and into the future. As for mortgage financing, we do need to encourage and enable those well-qualified Canadians still in a position to invest in home ownership to do so. So now more than ever, it makes sense to give them the option of a 30-year amortization on insured mortgages to help well-qualified buyers enter home ownership, and also to free up much-needed rental space as our supply challenges remain. It's also time to move forward with the previously announced changes to the stress test benchmark that were to come into effect on April 6th, but were suspended. And given the Bank of Canada's recommendation to move to longer-term mortgages, we also recommend supplementary changes to the stress test to better mitigate risks for Canadians and the financial system by incenting longer-term 7 and 10-year mortgage terms through a stepping down of the 200-point buffer for the longer-term mortgages with respect to the stress test. These are changes that keep sound controls on consumer indebtedness risks while also enabling those still with the means and the dreams to achieve home ownership. This at a time when that activity can also be pivotal in the economic recovery. So thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Then turning to Fanshawe College, Peter Devlin, President. Mr. Devlin.
Good afternoon, Chair Easter, members of the Finance Committee. As Fanshawe's President, I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of our 43,000 students and to share the critical role that colleges play in preparing people for jobs. COVID-19 has reinforced the significance of colleges within our communities and as a stimulator of the economy across our country. Colleges and Institutes Canada, as well as Polytechnics Canada, have emphasized this, and we are proud members of both organizations. What is important to remember is that colleges are agile. We quickly transformed our manufacturing and research capacities to produce PPE and to assist with research. We will be able to pivot just as swiftly in the recovery period. Colleges offer industry a turnkey solution for industry needs, providing creative solutions and developing programming in order to have the talent pipeline meet workforce demands. I need to emphasize that COVID has had a serious financial impact on Fanshawe. We anticipate a tuition and ancillary fee revenue loss of $54 million. In addition, we expect supplementary COVID-related expenses of $2 million to equip the workforce with remote accessibility and prepare for a safe learning environment. This year's fiscal projected loss of $56 million, which represents 15% of our overall annual budget, is being mitigated by significant expense reductions and a hiring freeze. Our priority remains to safeguard our students, faculty, and staff, and give our learners the best experience possible in creating a pathway for their success. We believe the government can play an important role as we look to the other side of COVID. For a number of years, the Government of Canada's Innovation and Skills Plan has been important in helping Canadian businesses grow, scale up, innovate, and export while creating quality jobs and wealth for Canadians. As noted in February, Fanshawe has embarked on a $58 million investment to create Innovation Village. Funding has been secured from the City of London, and we hope for similar support from the province and the federal governments. Innovation Village is a physical and virtual hub that brings business, industry, and not-for-profit sectors to the front door of Fanshawe, fostering student experiential learning, business growth, scale up, and innovation to support wealth generation and job growth within the region. The total annual projected impact by 2030 will be $64 million, generating $137 million each year in increased economic spin-off. This leads to my final point this afternoon: the importance of the two upper levels of government engaging with municipalities, colleges, universities, and other public sector organizations to drive the economy through infrastructure investments. Several years ago, the federal government rolled out the Strategic Infrastructure Fund. The application process was efficient, and the decisions on the awards were announced quickly. It was one of the most effective tools we have seen that supports the building of communities through strategic partnerships. Fanshawe took advantage of SIF and created the Center for Applied Research and Innovation in Biotechnology, or CARIB. CARIB advances biotechnology, chemistry, and environmental technology programs through research and innovation with industry collaborations and partnership. In one current example, industry and our CARIB researchers are conducting cutting-edge research that may translate into effective treatment for COVID-19. Testing is currently underway and the preliminary results are showing promise. Fanshawe Research is also working on additional studies, including the ability to manufacture potential therapeutics at large scale and examining cannabis extract therapies that have the potential to treat blood clots and inflammation that occurs in life-threatening COVID-19 cases. The work being done in applied research at Fanshawe is very responsive to Canada's immediate needs. The collective knowledge and advanced facilities within our institution allow our team to address emerging challenges. SIF supported the development of modern labs, which together with the wisdom and devotion of faculty and staff allowed us to produce tangible results that are critical in today's world. Similarly, a new infrastructure program supported by the federal and provincial governments will allow Fanshawe to continue doing the work that has lasting and profound results. An investment in Canada's post-secondary infrastructure also ensures training can occur in an environment that responds to physical distancing and other safety protocols while supporting green retrofits. Fanshawe has 2 shovel-ready projects ready to go as soon as the program is announced. Thank you again for providing time for Fanshawe. We are part of your post-recovery solution and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devlin. Turning now to Genome Canada, Rob Annan, President and CEO, Perry Johnson, Vice President, Policy. The floor is yours, Mr. Annan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to be here today on behalf of Genome Canada, and I'm joined by Perry Johnson, who's our Vice President of Policy and Public Affairs. Today, I'm going to talk to you about genomics, which is the branch of science that looks at the molecular underpinnings of living things, the branch of science responsible for today's most cutting-edge biotechnologies, from DNA sequencing to synthetic biology to gene editing. And I'm going to talk about how this science is helping us address the COVID pandemic. But first, a couple words about who we are. Genome Canada is an independent, not-for-profit that invests in large-scale Canadian science and technology to translate discoveries into valuable services and products across all sectors of the Canadian economy. We work to translate cutting-edge science into real-world applications that are transforming healthcare, the environment, agriculture, forestry, fisheries, energy, and mining. We work closely with provincial and regional partners through a federated collaborative model with 6 regional genome centers, matching national breadth with regional depth. We partner with universities, small and medium-sized companies, hospitals, and public health labs. This year is our 20th anniversary. Those 20 years have seen the birth and early growth of genomics. And Genome Canada, through the support of the federal government, has driven the development of a world-class network of Canadian researchers, infrastructures, and technology. Today, those investments are proving essential as we mobilize quickly on the COVID pandemic, a rapid response that was 20 years in the making. A few words about how genomics helps us in the current moment. Viruses are simple but tricky. They're simple insofar as they're composed of just a string of nucleic acid, DNA or RNA, with an envelope that surrounds them. But they're tricky in how they infect us, how they evade our immune system, and how they mutate and spread. Genomics provides us the tools to read those nucleic acids, to get the viral blueprint, to understand the basic building blocks of the virus. That information can help inform the development of vaccines and therapeutics, and is invaluable in helping us track and trace the spread of the virus within Canada and around the world. And genomics can also help us understand the wide variation in responses among those who get sick and explore the genetic factors that might be involved. Canadian researchers have been engaged on COVID-19 research from the earliest days of the pandemic. Researchers at Sunnybrook Hospital and McMaster University were among the first in the world to isolate and sequence the genome of the virus. Other related activities were happening in pockets across Canada. So Genome Canada pulled together the Canadian COVID Genomics Network, what we call CanCoGen, a grassroots effort led by Genome Canada, but driven by Canadian scientists, government public health labs, and genomics institutions, dedicated to mounting a coordinated, connected national genomics response to COVID-19. On April 23rd, CanCoGen was allocated $40 million in federal support to achieve several key objectives. First, to sequence up to 150,000 viral samples and 10,000 samples from Canadian patients. Then to coordinate that data collection and sharing across the provinces. Then to pool the data for analysis and share them with public health authorities. And finally, to share those results globally with partners in the UK, the US, and in global open source databases. CanCoGen will contribute to better public health policy, inform drug development, enable studies of future novel viruses, and will ensure that Canada has a sustainable national genomics infrastructure to combat both the current pandemic and the next one. So what's next? Already looking ahead, Canada's genomics enterprise will be partners in Canada's resilient recovery. We are ready to deploy Made in Canada solutions through science and innovation to address Canadian issues unique to our geography and our population. Canada is a world leader in large-scale biodata production and analysis, gene editing, synthetic biology, novel diagnostics, and much more. And Genome Canada supports diverse projects like green automobile manufacturing, improving feed for fish, poultry, and swine, bioremediation of oil spills, or personalized diagnostic tools for lung transplants or children with rare diseases. We're supporting the transformation of Canadian sectors, and the demand is growing for our programming across industries, helping to drive business investment and innovation in Canada. A new report by McKinsey predicts that 60% of physical inputs to the future global economy could be produced from biological sources, identifying a bio-revolution that could result in a direct economic impact of $4 trillion a year over the next 10 to 20 years. In conclusion, Genome Canada was able to mobilize so quickly in this crisis because Canada has invested wisely in genomic science and technologies for 20 years. It's impossible to predict where today's research will be needed in the future, but it's clear that today's investments in research and researchers are essential for addressing tomorrow's challenges. Our rapid response was 20 years in the making. As Canada rebuilds, we at Genome Canada are working to address the challenges and seize the opportunities of the coming decades. Thank you for the invitation to be here today, and we'll be happy to answer any of the members' questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hannon, and we'll now turn to McCoy Global Incorporated, Mr. Rakovich, President and CEO. Go ahead, Mr. Rakovich.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to speak to the Finance Committee regarding the federal government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I am the President and CEO of McCoy Global Inc. McCoy was established in 1914 as a blacksmith shop in Edmonton, Alberta. Over the decades, the company has adapted, evolved, and grown. McCoy is now a publicly traded company listed on the TSX, and we have operations in Texas, Louisiana, and the United Arab Emirates. Edmonton remains home to our corporate headquarters, which is where I'm based. I do want to add that I very much appreciate the inclusion of all the universities and colleges and the groups that represent them today. I'm a graduate of the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, and over the years, McCoy has been a big supporter of NAIT and other institutions, including the U of A. But when I look at our corporate folks here in Canada, most of them have graduated from one institution or another, and particularly in Alberta here, NAIT has been a big difference for us. So I just wanted to shout out to that. Carrying on, what we do, what do we do? McCoy designs, produces, and distributes technologies that are used by the global service companies during the completion stage of well construction. Typically, our customers are drilling for oil or natural gas, both land and offshore, but may also serve customers servicing geothermal wells. Our technologies are both mechanical and digital, and we typically ship products or provide technical support to an average of 50 countries across the globe annually. What has been the COVID-19 impact on McCoy? McCoy Global has been significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and like most of our industry peers, the February production war between Russia and OPEC provided the perfect storm for a historic industry collapse. McCoy has not yet felt the full impact of the pandemic, and we will have the demand on our products and services. Our issue is not the present. Our issue is the headwinds we will face over the second half of 2020 and well into 2021. In our business, we entered 2020 with a reasonable backlog of orders, which has provided the company with work that can carry us through the first half of this year. However, order intake for the back half of this year has been and will continue to be significantly challenged. McCoy has taken proactive steps to prepare the company for what we are expecting to be a very difficult period. These actions include salary and wage rollbacks globally, unfortunately some layoffs, negotiations with landlords, significant reductions in general and administrative expenses, and curtailment of budgeted capital expenditures for technology development plans. McCoy has a history of prudent balance sheet management, but this market backdrop has created a significant liquidity crisis for the entire oil and gas industry. Major banks in Canada and the United States have almost zero appetite for providing credit facilities in our industries, and capital markets are not open for business in the current environment. We have been communicating with several Canadian chartered banks to partner with us so that McCoy can restructure its debt in order to provide relief so we can weather the storm. We have a great relationship with EDC and are currently in discussions with them and a Canadian chartered bank to bring two credit facilities together. McCoy has significant operations in the United States, and we were fortunate to qualify for the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, loan. This loan will be a critical piece to our survival as well. So I'd like to just make the points on the Canadian government COVID-19 response to business. I will keep my comments focused on McCoy's experience as a business and specific areas for improvement. My first comment is regarding clock speed. It has been frankly frustrating to hear announcements of funding and then wait for details, rules, application forms, etc. These things take time, and I understand that. The designated funding for oil and gas companies was expected in days, if not hours, after the announcement. That turned into weeks. This eventual announcement was very specific to well abandonment efforts, which was welcome, but nothing was done to support the ongoing industry specifically. Businesses are desperate for help, and I urge the federal government to break through any of the barriers to speed up the process. As company leaders, we are also navigating through a business environment with no charts or instruments, but we have to pivot and be decisive quickly. Our application for funding for EDC was made March 10th. We are anticipating funding at the earliest August of 2020. In the US, as a comparison, our application for the PPP was clear and straightforward. Application submission to full receipt of funds in our bank account occurred over 5 business days. My second point on the COVID-19 response was confusing and changing rules for funding. Canadian banks, BDC, and EDC have all been challenged in understanding the application requirements and the rules under which programs companies can apply. For example, when the BCAP programs were announced, it appeared to be an easy decision for a chartered bank to step up to the plate, since the federal government via EDC and BDC was backstopping the bank loan significantly. The problem was the 12-month support period, which in business terms is a blink of the eye. Finally, this issue was addressed with an extension of 60 months to 60 months from 12 months. But here again, we were told the rules for the change were not yet clear and have not yet been clearly communicated. There also seems to be a lack of transparency. McCoy appeared to qualify for a debt facility from BDC, and that application was made prior to the COVID-19. This application and term sheet was eventually sent up the chain for final committee approval, where we were denied. The criteria looked like a perfect fit, but the final decisions appeared subjective. These programs should be based on clear, transparent rules applied on fair and consistent basis. In summary, McCoy and many of our peers in Alberta either need liquidity help now or very soon. My message today is that the oil and gas industry, in many cases, is just beginning to experience the full impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and what it will have on revenues. Contracts and order backlogs are being completed with nothing coming in to fill these voids. If we are left to our own capital resources, bankruptcies and continued layoffs will result. We are definitely not looking for a handout. What we are asking for is balance sheet support to survive and eventually thrive again. I ask that this Finance Committee look at these programs and consider how to clearly and efficiently support Canadian companies through fair and transparent loan financing before it's too late. And thank you for your time, and appreciate having the opportunity to provide our view on the impact of COVID-19, and look forward to any questions later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rekovich. We too appreciate your remarks as you see it from your perspective. Before we go to the National Research Council of Canada, just a heads up to committee members on the speaking order in the first round. We will start with Mr. Cooper, then Mr. Fragiskatis, then Mr. Brunel de Sepp, and Mr. Julian. Turning then to the National Research Council of Canada, Roger Scott Douglas, Secretary General, and I'll let you introduce the others with you, Mr. Scott Douglas, or whoever is starting. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, committee members and other witnesses. It's a pleasure indeed to be here. I'm Roger Scott Douglas, the Secretary General of the National Research Council, and I'm very happy to be joined today by David Lisk, who is the Vice President of our Industrial Research Assistance Program, by Jean-François Hull, who is the Vice President responsible for our COVID pandemic challenge response, and by Lakshmi Krishnan, who is our Director General of the Human Health Therapeutics Branch at the National Research Council. Perhaps like others, I might begin briefly, Mr. Chair, by explaining a little bit about the National Research Council. We are the largest federal science organization with close to $1.2 billion in expenditures. Over the course of the last 104 years that we've been in existence, we've served as an instrument of the federal government in trying to find scientific and technological solutions to significant challenges, which is very much the call of the moment. We do that in two principal ways. We have a research and development side where over 2,000 scientists, engineers and technicians work in 14 research centers across 22 sites. We also have on the IRAP side, the Industrial Research Assistance Program, about 400 people, of whom 255 are industrial technology advisors, working with close to 8,000 firms annually, high potential, early stage innovative firms. Important to the innovation economy of the country. In the context of COVID, the National Research Council, as part of the Prime Minister's announcement of the $1 billion that's been given over to COVID, received funding and support for effectively 7 measures, which I would like, if I could, to briefly outline, and then my colleagues and I would be, of course, most interested in answering any questions members might have. I'll walk through each of them just in very high level, explaining a little bit about what lies behind them. But I might, before getting into those details, talk about the important support that the National Research Council, along with other science organizations across the country, have tried to provide to the community. We've had over 350 requests for technical advice, for short-term support for companies to provide such things as quality assurance on N95 masks that the Public Health Agency has asked of us, other measures that support the community, individuals, provision of personal protective equipment, and so on and so forth. This I say only to show how connected we are, both with the larger federal group, but also communities across the country. In terms of specific measures, running through the 7 key things, the first, and this is Jean-François Houle's responsibility, is the Pandemic Response Challenge Program. We were fortunate enough to receive $15 million in the medical countermeasures announcements by the Prime Minister for essentially 4 themes or pillars to that work. The first is a series of all of these are collaborative programs where the National Research Council scientists pair up our expertise with individuals in academia and in the private sector to come up with technological and scientific solutions to these challenges. These are short-term applied scientific efforts. The first theme is around rapid detection and diagnosis. The second theme are around therapeutics and vaccines. The third theme is the monitoring and surveillance, data analysis, tracking, forecasting, that kind of thing. And the fourth is around enabling adaptive responses, including innovative solutions for the delivery of healthcare. And we have in the organization both the Human Health Therapeutics Group that Lakshmi is the Director General of, which, and also Medical Devices Lab, which JF will be able to speak to. The second big thrust is the announcement of, in total, about $44 million that will be used by the National Research Council to upgrade and enhance the capacity of our Royal Mount biomanufacturing facility. It's currently a research lab. We're going to be upgrading it such that it attains the levels of good manufacturing practices and enables us to be able to provide testing for promising vaccine candidates, and ultimately, we hope, once a candidate's been found, the successful industrial production for first responders and so forth. We have a number of 3 of vaccine collaborations as well with VBI Vaccines, an Ottawa-based company with attachment to Massachusetts, Vito Intervac from Saskatchewan, the University of Saskatchewan, and CanSino Biologics in China, which is one of the leading international vaccine researchers. In addition to that, we on the IRAP side that Dave Lisk I mentioned was responsible for, we're working with Innovation Canada, with Innovation Solutions Canada, $15 million to set up challenges to which innovative SMEs and others will provide technological solutions. We've launched 3 challenges so far in having surveyed quite a few and assessed quite a few proposals for low-cost sensors, for diagnostic kits, and for made in Canada filtration material. We'll be launching a couple of more in the days ahead. In addition to that, IRAP has kind of red circle, if I can put it that way, and reallocated $12.5 million of its budget to help innovative SMEs to develop proposals for the kind of kind of products necessary for the COVID response, PPE, testing, diagnostics, tracking and detection, that kind of work. We've also organized subject matter expert teams around those broad themes as well to provide expert analysis as we can. The next area is a very significant support. Several of the witnesses have spoken about the wage subsidy. There were some groups that fell between the gaps, particularly early stage, pre-revenue, innovative firms, high potential firms. The government has provided $250 million to IRAP for the Innovation Assistance Program, which effectively provides highly qualified personnel with a wage subsidy. It's about $10,000 per employee, retroactive to April 1st, with an idea of delivering as quickly as possible that program. This, unlike others, is not an entitlement program, it's a discretionary program. We're evaluating those firms with the highest potential to go forward. And we're happy to say that as of May 28th, we have established almost 1,939 contribution agreements for about close to $200 million already. And then the final thrust of work, a critically important part of our future are the youth, particularly those STEM, highly qualified future innovators. And in that regard, we've got a couple of very important programs underway. The government has a long-standing youth employment program. It was topped up to the extent of about $153 million. IRAP will have a portion of that, and we'll be targeting SMEs, matching their needs to key graduates. And then within the National Research Council itself, we have the need to bring on STEM students, grads, postdocs, and we've allocated $7.5 million to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the witnesses for your presentations. In the first round, I'm going to have to cut us back to 5-minute rounds so we can try and get everybody in questions. We'll start with you, Mr. Cooper. Michael, you're on.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll direct my first question to Mr. Rakovic of McCoy. Did I hear you correct that McCoy has applied for EDC loan?
Yes, I can actually update you on that. As of we initially applied. We have an existing facility with EDC, and what we were trying to do with EDC is consolidate that debt with another piece of debt that is due in 2021 that we know with the upcoming revenue drop is going to cause us some liquidity issues.
Right.
And so we've been working very hard with EDC. Here's the good news is since I wrote and submitted my script, I got a term sheet last night, which I signed. So I feel good about that. And it looks like the issue had been that, you need to have a bank participate in that three-way get-together. And those are always difficult, especially with banks not having an appetite.
Right.
It looks like we've been able to work around that in the last 24 hours. So
well, that's good news. But I just wanted to first of all make sure I understood you correctly. But you applied on March 10th, but are now waiting until August 20th to receive a dime.
Yeah. So what happens is with EDC and like any other, like most conventional lenders, even though I signed the term sheet, it's draft, and then it's got to get up to committee approval. And then once that starts, then the lawyers have to do their thing. And, we have to provide a bunch of documentation, and there's a whole bunch of back and forth, and literally.
But all of this back and forth, though, months and months and months of back and forth. And you noted that in the United States, McCoy or its U.S. affiliate received liquidity virtually within days.
5 business days.
5 business days. So quite a contrast between the U.S. approach and this government's approach. I would submit a failed approach if it's taking months. Would you not agree?
I would say it has significant room for improvement.
Right. Now, as you noted, the finance minister talked about support for the energy sector within hours, days, months. More than a month went by before there was the $1.7 billion package for orphaned wells, which, having regard for all of the federal spending, I would submit as a drop in the bucket and limited in terms of the scope and effect of that program. We saw some very limited liquidity for smaller oil and gas companies through EDC and BDC, and then we finally had LEAF, which was intended for larger and mid-size loans for mid-size and larger companies. Now, we heard testimony from a number of industry stakeholders a couple of meetings ago about some of the significant problems with that program, including credit standards being too high, interests being punitive, access to the program being cost prohibitive. Would you share those concerns? Would you be able to comment on LEAF and its effectiveness?
So we've not, just to be clear, we've not looked to participate in the LEAF program. I can just say that even with EDC and BDC, they're not the like a chartered bank, so you're going to pay higher. Your cost of capital is going to be higher, but not like mezzanine debt. So it's kind of in between. The thresholds are high with BDC. One of the criteria, as it turned out, was we needed 4 straight quarters of profitability. And I remember telling them if I had 4 straight quarters of profitability, I wouldn't be in a hurry to talk to you. But in any event, it's I would say criteria and speed are critical. It's a critical industry to the Alberta and Canadian economy, and there's companies like ours that are making real difference in technology, which is will have an impact on environment and climate change. And we're working towards those things. This industry recognizes that longer term, going to a non-hydrocarbon energy world is the future. But until then, how do we do this safer, less environmentally impactful, and all kinds of things? And we as a company are investing a ton into that technology.
We will have to end it there. Sorry, Michael.
Okay.
I want to come back to the same question you raised. I was going to ask it later, Mr. Rakovich. 5 business days in the United States, 143 calendar days, or 102 business days in Canada. What's the reason for that? I do hear this quite often. That how quick they can make decisions on loans in the United States, and here we can't. The United States are greater risk takers than the Canadians are. What do you see as the difference? Is it process, or what is it?
I think what they chose to do was, rather than segment all of this funding into all these different buckets with different criteria, I think their immediate response had a completely different philosophy. The PPP said, look, some companies are out of business right now and shut down, like a restaurant or retail. Some companies are still going and will have trouble later. So what we're going to do is make sure that people keep working and companies are supported across the board. And we'll have a simple application form that's across industries and not segregated into this group, that group, and another. And if you qualify under a base set of rules, then you can apply and receive the loan funding. I think they took a more holistic approach to a big fund to distribute quickly versus trying to piece off funding for all these different groups and industries, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. That gives me a little to go on. Mr. Fragiskatis, followed by Mr. Brunel de Sepp. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all our witnesses. I want to ask Mr. Devlin of Fanshawe College. Thank you very much, Peter, for being here and for taking the time to update us about what Fanshawe College has been doing and offer your perspective. And I think one of the things that stood out, at least for me in your presentation, were your remarks on infrastructure. Clearly, infrastructure has been of paramount importance anytime governments approach an economic restart. But I wouldn't want to see infrastructure spending and projects in terms of a strategy limited to municipalities. I think municipal governments certainly will be asking for that kind of support, and I will hope that they get it. And the same will be true of provinces as well. But college campuses and university campuses ought to be a focus. And I know you mentioned the Strategic Infrastructure Fund and some of the success that Fanshawe has seen in that regard. Could you build on the thoughts you offered already about the importance of infrastructure on post-secondary campuses? Oh, Peter, you're on mute, Peter.
Thank you very much. Great point. And I welcome the opportunity to expand on the importance of infrastructure funding. As colleges exist across our nation, as do universities, colleges are connected to industry, business, and community. And so everything that we do touches our partners, and our learning is all part of how we touch those businesses and industry. Our faculty, our curriculum is all about building economic growth through research, through client projects, through entrepreneurship. I would emphasize that Fanshawe College every single year provides $1.6 billion worth of economic business and economic goodness to our region. And so infrastructure projects provide jobs, but more important than that, they provide the fuel for colleges to interact with business, community, and industry. They provide the skilled labor to be able to propel our economy forward, particularly in a post-COVID environment.
It's the slogan of the times, it would seem. I was also on mute, Peter, so there you go. Back with you now. And I think you put your finger right on it. Not only are colleges focused on career-based education, but when we turn to them in terms of thinking about an economic restart and rebuild, a lot is there to be offered, and an infrastructure focus, I think, would certainly be warranted as the government begins to think in the weeks and months ahead about how to best approach things. I have a couple of minutes remaining, and I wanted to ask Ms. Amyo if I could. Ms. Amyo, can you just, and I was trying to make a sense of some of the recommendations that you had. Were you calling for the federal government to take a much more active role when it comes to helping to fund colleges? Is that the point that you were making? I was just a yes or no on that, if you could, because I have a follow-up question in that regard.
Absolutely. And in fact, the government already is providing funding, the federal government, for colleges and institutes, whether it's in research, in infrastructure, indigenous education, just to name a few.
No, and certainly we have supported colleges, and Peter, Mr. Devlin was kind enough to highlight some of the work that has happened at Fanshawe College because of federal support. But I would hope at the same time that you're also active with the provincial governments and calling on them to invest and to continue to invest. I see the Bank of Canada in early May, I guess we all saw, has begun engaging with, buying provincial bonds. There's an entire program that's now been set up, a program meant to increase the fiscal capacity of the provincial governments so that they can spend. And I hope that they come to the table. I know the provincial governments in this country have been focused on the health response and have been doing, generally speaking, a very good job in that regard. And the federal government has been there to assist, and I think should continue to assist. But when it comes to the provincial focus, their capacity is there to help institutions, organizations, and businesses. Unfortunately, I'm not sure many, at least I'm in Ontario, I haven't seen the Ford government step up as much as it should in that regard. And, when the Bank of Canada is there for them, I think there's an opportunity for them to to do that. So I just wanted to put that on the record, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We'll take that more as a comment, and we'll go to Mr. Brunel Duceppe, followed by Mr. Julian. Go ahead, Alexis.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord et avant tout, je veux remercier tous les témoins pour leur présence.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank all of the witnesses. My questions are for Ms. Amiot. Now, Ms. Amiot, has COVID-19 had an impact on registration in colleges and institutes? Yes, unfortunately. We've seen for the winter session, there was no change. But for the spring session, as well as summer session, absolutely. We've seen a loss up to 40%, that is to say 40% less students attending. That represents between 22 and 25% of our clientele. And when we look at the fall session, we believe that it's going to be approximately the same order of magnitude. Now, of course, any decisions made by the federal government as to whether the students can study online without having to have a work permit, that will help. Still, we don't know whether international students will be able to attend a college in the fall. We are still waiting for an answer to that question. Well, that's a very big loss. And so you mentioned it earlier in your opening statement, the impact, financial impact on administration and the foreign students. I think it's important for the committee to understand the issue. It's a major issue. Could you speak to that a bit more as to the problem you're experiencing and impact on your colleges and institutions? Well, absolutely. The impact of foreign students on colleges and institutes, we're talking of some $22 billion. It's enormous. A lot more than the lumber sector, I believe. We're on an equal footing with the aeronautics sector, which means if we don't take the necessary steps to facilitate the entry of foreign students to Canada, providing them with visas, it will be extremely difficult. That is why we are making a special request this year in order to compensate for the loss, because our post-secondary institutes cannot apply for the wage subsidy program at this time. And so we're saying, well, our losses wouldn't be as great if at the very least we could do what I've suggested. And I'd like to give you an example, if I may, of the importance of decisions being made. Now we've had a decision whereby international or foreign students can study online. We had to have that decision by mid-May. We received it on the 15th of May. But when it came for both the spring and summer session, we received an answer, but too late, which means we had a big loss because the decision was made too late for us, or communicated to us too late. So it's not only important to ask for financial aid, but these decisions have to be made in the proper timeline. So I'm wondering, why does it have a bigger impact on colleges and CEGEPs compared to universities? Well, that is because at this time, in the past 2 years specifically, there's a greater demand for colleges. And one program that is extremely popular is our certificates, postgraduate certificates. We have students from abroad who come to Canada. They study for a year, they work for a year, and they can very easily find work afterwards. I can speak to another decision we're waiting on. We are still waiting on this decision, and it's important we get it done. We have asked that those students that are taking 2 programs back to back, that they also have the right that be considered as 50% of their studies. We're still waiting for an answer on that. We've been waiting on an answer for 4 weeks now, and with each passing day, more we stand to lose. Then we'll insist on it. Do I still have a bit of time, Chair? Oh boy. Well, could you tell us? I'm going to research. What are the amounts that you are seeking? And for the next 2 years, we are seeking $165 million. We know at this time, for every dollar that is invested by the federal government in applied research, there is approximately $1 of matching funds from the private sector. Not that many people invest in research. And we're saying we need that money right now, by August at the very latest, to help businesses prepare. If we receive these funds in November, it will be too late. We have to help our businesses to pivot now so that they can adapt to the new reality due to COVID-19. Thank you very much, Ms. Amiot.
Financial institutions has indicated to us that $750 billion in measures by various institutions connected with the federal government in support has gone to Canada's big banks. And as you probably are also aware, they announced $5 billion in profits last week. So I'd like to hear from both of you. What is the impact of not having access to credit, to financing? And do you believe that the federal government should be imposing conditions? $750 billion in largesse should come with some responsibility to actually helping to finance the recovery.
We'll start with Mr. Lee and then go to Mr. Ragovich. Mr. Lee?
Sure, thanks for the question. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really important that with all the liquidity that's been injected through the programming that the financial institutions do, in fact, go ahead and make that those lending amounts available. And so at this stage, it's really about new development. And if we're having trouble getting access to those funds, because it's definitely a more risky time depending on the projections. But under the conditions, I would think that some of the loan rules and considerations should be a little bit different to ensure that we can be part of the recovery. And the same holds true in the cases where, in some cases, homeowners who did make a purchase are not qualifying anymore for their mortgage and that sort of thing, which means some additional financing is going to be required while builders, developers hold on to this inventory longer until such time as they can move the product in a different way. So we do think, whether it's more regulation, whether it's influence, nudge, whatever the case may be, there do need to be some discussions to make sure that that money can be released in the way it should be at this time.
Mr. Ragovich?
I echo those remarks exactly. I think that considering the federal government's support, that the chartered banks should have some criteria around where they can provide support to good companies that need the help right now.
Peter?
Thank you very much for that. And yes, I think the public agrees too. I'm hearing from small businesses and individuals in our riding, massive penalties, $30,000 to sell your home. There seems to be an incredible amount of largesse, unprecedented really in Canadian history, not accompanied by any responsibility at all. I appreciate your remarks. I'd like to go to Mr. Semple now. Mr. Semple, the NDP, of course, pushed for the wage subsidy. We wanted it to echo what you have said, that for businesses, rather than losing their employees, what they could do is put in place the wage subsidy. And as a result of that, continue to have, through this pandemic and emerging out of it, manage to keep their labor force intact. What you have said to us doesn't make any sense at all. That in essence, because you've merged your firm, there was a takeover, that you're not eligible for the wage subsidy. How have been your discussions with the finance ministry around this? You actually fit the ticket of what the wage subsidy, what we pushed for, to have the wage subsidy set up for. What has been the response from the government so far?
Yes, well, thank you for the question. I think I'm on. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes. We've been working with them now since mid-April, and mostly through associations who have been representing not only us, but other companies as well. But we've also had direct contact, and the problem seems to be acknowledged, but no resolution to it, no action to correct it. But there seems to be an acknowledgement there. And our point has been pretty straightforward, that where an eligible company acquires another eligible company, and the ownership of that company, and they bought the entirety of the company, all or substantially all of the assets, it should be no difference than what if it was a share purchase. So it's a simple, straightforward proposition, seemed to be acknowledged, appeared to be technicality in the in the legislation. But
sorry.
That's okay. Pierre was coming on there with his mic. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. So, it appears to be perhaps an unintended consequence in the drafting of the legislation. And so we've been pushing our case for quite some time and holding off further layoffs at much risk to the company, but doing it in the hopes that we will qualify eventually and keep all the employees we have. So I would say we've made many representations. There seems to be an acknowledgement of the problem, but just no resolution to this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, Peter. Well, very, very quickly, Peter, you're a little over.
Very quick to Mr. Rekievich. You said that the EDC confirmed yesterday your credit facility. Do you believe, if you weren't appearing before Finance Committee today, that you would have had that confirmation?
Well, I'm not even going to consider that as a direct relation. I think we've been working with them very closely. Trust me, we talk to EDC every week for weeks and weeks and weeks, if not months. So we have it just so happens that, remember, this is a draft term sheet. We finally got the actual term sheet that I signed last night after hours. So it still has to be approved by committee, and then we got to get through all of the regulatory pieces of it where they double check, triple check everything. So I don't have the money in the bank. That'll be sometime in August if we're lucky, but that's where we are today. And I don't think it had an impact, to be frank.
Bridge best not crossed, Mr. Rekievich, and you don't need to wait another 65 days to get the money in your hand, for heaven's sakes. Mr. Cumming, followed by Mr. Kotrakis, and we will have to go to 4 minutes. James?
Great. I'll start. Thank you to all the witnesses, and I'll start with Mr. Rekievich. So you, to me, was remarkable the difference in timing of the funding you received in the U.S. versus the programs here in Canada. But I'm not going to belabor that point. It was tough for the industry in Alberta after COVID. What in your opinion, Mr. Rekievich, do we have to do to encourage companies to invest back into Canada? And I look at your company as expanded. You've adapted to the times. You're working internationally. Great. You're still headquartered in Edmonton. But a lot of companies took a different path, and they've relocated into the U.S. and moved their capital. What do you think we've got to do to get this investment back into Canada, and particularly into the sectors you're operating in?
Well, I'll preclude my answer by quickly saying that our move internationally started in about 2004 from zero. And we've invested in playing in what I would consider the largest sandbox, play around the world. And I think from a Canadian perspective, it's a great story. We design, develop technologies and ship them around the world for new money coming into the country. And we've done that tremendously well. Canada's, to put it in perspective, Canada in 2019 represented about 3.5% of our revenue. The Canadian oil and gas industry has been significantly decimated. And to me, I always look at this, in any industry or any business, I look at the top of the food chain and its investment from exploration companies. I'm talking Exxons and Shells and those large companies. The capital has left Canada. And, you know, when big companies are making investments, part of the investment decision is certainty and risk around policy and the changing of policies. In Canada, if the government changes, the rules change a bit. There's a lot of my opinion is there's a lot of uncertainty around the business climate in the oil and gas industry in Canada. So that capital is gone. That capital is working in the U.S. and you know, we operate around the world, and a lot of that capital got reallocated. So to me, the attraction to invest in the Canadian oil and gas industry at the top of the food chain has disappeared, and until that gets restored, it's just going to continue into decline.
Right. So with your company, we see this with a lot of companies that get into growth, and you're growing your technology. But a lot of companies, they hit a ceiling, and they stop expanding and they stop growing. What do you think the success was of your company that allowed you to continue to grow and to continue to build out and do some international trade?
I would say we were fully committed to working with international customers. We built very, very strong relationship with our customers. Are names that may be familiar to some folks here: Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, all of the national oil companies around the world. You know, we have a very strong client base, so we built those relationships and nurtured them. But the other thing is technology investment. The biggest reason we've been able to be successful is we were always committed to making better technology, safer technology, have a better integrity of a well so they don't leak and cause environmental damage, and assist our customers in doing so. So we've always been curious about technology. You know, our largest group of employees in this company is engineers, and everything from digital technologies to mechanical engineers to software writers. We've always been searching continuously for a better solution for our customers.
Most interesting discussion, but we will have to move on. Thank you both. Ms. Kotrakis, followed by Mr. Morantz. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses this afternoon. My first question is to Genome Canada. Can you please comment on the different COVID-19 related projects and partnerships that Genome Canada is currently funding and partnered with throughout the country? And is the existing federal support sufficient to support these various research projects and programs?
Great, thank you so much for the question. So so there's a few different pieces. So very early on, Genome Canada participated in a coordinated response that involved a variety of federal research organizations that was led by the Canadian Institutes for Health Research. And in that competition, we funded a project at the University of Calgary, led by Dr. Dylan Pillai, looking at rapid diagnostics. And so that project now has proven to have having great success. They're going through a process now of miniaturizing this diagnostic tool to take it to bedside, and hope that within the next couple of months that will actually be in market. So early stage stuff was really, really important. But as COVID was spreading and as the community was engaging, we realized that there had to be a large national coordinated effort, which led to this CanCaGen initiative. And this was funded as part of the government's medical countermeasures package, and $40 million was allocated to two projects. The first is to look at patients in Canada and look at the genetic causes for why some people have terrible reactions and other people seem to be asymptomatic. And that's really focused on looking at maybe some interventions through drugs and so on. And the other piece is looking at sequencing virus samples from patients across Canada so that we can actually do a better job of understanding the sources of those outbreaks and then tracking their progression. So this now is a big national project, but it's tying in to other initiatives like the Immunology Task Force that was announced at the same time, with the NRC initiatives that my colleagues described earlier, as well as a number of provincial initiatives. So coordination is actually a big piece of what we're doing now across the board.
Thank you. That's a great segue into my next question to the NRC. As we've all heard, that a key step in addressing this pandemic is increasing our capacity to test and trace cases. So in what way is the NRC supporting the development of Canadian testing and tracking solutions? And once these have been developed and produced, is there a business opportunity to export these solutions globally?
I think Jean-François Houle would be best suited to respond to your question. JF, could you take that?
Sure. So I will probably talk about more of the technology and the solution development around diagnostic testing, and then obviously my colleague David Liss can also talk of the work they're doing with companies that are closer to market and are dealing with more mature technologies. So within the Pandemic Response Challenge program, we do have a detect and diagnose pillar of research, and that one is aimed at identifying platforms that are maybe 6 to 12 months out in terms of development and maturity. And our role is really to act as an accelerator to help develop those technologies. In some cases, these technologies come from academic centers. Some have, in fact, been supported by Rob and his group, maybe at the Genome Canada or the CIHR. And we provide them with the expertise and knowledge to help them robusticize our technology and eventually scale it, with the hopes that this will be transferred over to a company. We also work with SMEs that have promising technologies and need to deal with some thorny research issues in order to get this technology to market as well. So that has been the approach within the Pandemic Response Challenge program. We've also are launching challenges for loftier goals, higher risk, higher reward. We actually launched recently a call for proposals for technologies from academic and small companies that could augment some internal technology at the NRC that would allow for a chewable diagnostic or something that could be deployed somewhere else or closer to the patient or maybe even at home. So with that, maybe I'll transition it over to Dr. Lisk, David Lisk, to talk about the work we're doing with companies in that.
Dr. Lisk, if you could do it in about 30 seconds.
Okay, so quickly, we work with 8,000 companies a year. Many of them are in the health space. We have invested currently in 12 COVID test companies who are going to build test solutions to find the virus or the antibodies. Plus, we have current clients who have technology in the tracking space. One of them is Thrive Health, who have currently 7 million users in Canada who are actively tracking. And I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Okay, sorry to have to rush people, but we got no choice today. Mr. Morantz, followed by Ms. Zerowitz. Marty?
Thank you. Mr. Lee, I want to thank you for being here today. I think the housing industry is such a fundamental industry in terms of the country in normal times, but in terms of an economic recovery, certainly the sector ranks up there with oil and gas and agriculture and others. I'm just wondering, a couple weeks ago we had the president of CMHC on the panel, and he was talking about saying that pricing, down payment, and credit score were on the table. And when I asked him about it, he said, well, they were considering the possibility of restricting, making it even more difficult for Canadians to qualify for CMHC insured mortgages. I'm just wondering what your thoughts around that would be, and if you think that's would be have a negative impact on the recovery.
Well, there's no question that would have a negative impact on the recovery. Certainly our recommendations are quite different from that. changing rules like total debt service ratio, gross debt service ratio is the equivalent of adding on top of the stress test, which would serve to make it still more difficult for Canadians to qualify for mortgages to buy homes. And I think it's really important that we remember that there are a lot of Canadians who are in very unfortunate circumstances right now. But there are also a lot of Canadians who still have well-paying jobs and should be, in a position to buy a home, buy a first home, and move forward.
Now, it strikes me that CMHC, though, should really be a partner with your industry in working together to make sure that the construction industry is healthy on a go-forward basis. Has your association had any discussions with CMHC about a go-forward plan? Has anyone reached out to you, or have you reached out to them?
Well, certainly the way things have gone with the CMHC in recent times, there's been a very different tack that's been taken by CMHC with respect to home ownership and moving forward on a great many things with respect to home ownership. So there hasn't been a lot of dialogue. We've relied much more heavily on working with parliamentarians in recent times to try and get things moving forward, like the changes that came through the stress test that were supposed to come in April.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Just turning to another subject, we've been hearing reports that industries have been having some trouble hiring people back who are on the CERB. Have you been hearing reports of that in your industry?
Well, certainly there's been a variety of challenges with getting employees back once they've been disconnected, and hence our real recommendation to fix that wage subsidy. And one of the challenges too, people might be not coming back from health reasons, health concerns. They might be on CERB and finding that to be adequate at this time if they have other concerns. And the other challenge that I think we all need to be very cognizant of is the underground economy and cash jobs and all of that kind of thing that we really, hence our recommendations around renovation tax credits.
Yeah. So, I wanted to turn to that before. I just have limited time, but you discussed a couple of stimulatory measures in addition to having CMHC on side, which, hopefully will happen. You had talked about reduction of the GST, maybe the elimination of the GST for a short period of time, and the home renovation tax credit. From my perspective, these measures are like fundamental to getting the housing market back up and running as quickly as possible. Have you had any discussions with, other than on this panel, with government over the possibility of implementing these types of measures?
Well, they're the types of recommendations that we have been making. We have submissions in on that. Obviously, times are tricky as we also try and figure out the current crisis and work to fix and deal with the current programs that are in place. So as the government turns its mind to how do we deal with the recovery, we're very anxious to have further discussions on these opportunities.
Okay, we will have it ended there, Marty.
Thank you very much.
A little over, but to you, Mr. Lee, you mentioned the challenge of the wage subsidy, and you talked about trying to use as the criteria the fair value of the contract signed. Can you, I don't have time to go into it, but can you send us a little note on that, just basically telling us what you propose as the solution? Just send it to the clerk. We'll get it and we'll go from there. Turning then to Mr. Zerowitz, who will be followed by one question by Mr. Bernal de Sepp and one by Mr. Julian. Julie?
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank everyone for their excellent presentations and very diverse presentations. My first question is to Mr. Kiendo from the Canadian Art Museum Directors Organization. I'm very blessed in my riding of Davenport to have a lot of artists and creators and to have a number of museums, both small and medium-sized museums. And one of them is the Museum of Contemporary Art Toronto. And I worry about medium-sized museums across this country, not only in my riding, because I'm not quite sure. I feel that they have limited places to actually go and get some additional support. One of the things I'd love for you to comment on is, so we know that phase one of the $500 million emergency support from arts and culture has been announced. Phase two is yet to come. And one of the programs they're looking at is the Museum Assistance Program.
many many museums aren't able to actually apply to it, and I think that I'm not sure that with the current criteria right now whether MOCA Toronto would be able to. Would you suggest that is there some way we could maybe adjust that program that might actually make it make more museums actually eligible for that program? If you could address that, please.
Yes, absolutely. The program it's due for an overhaul, and traditionally there's been a division in funding between Museums Assistance Program and Canadian Heritage more broadly, and the Canada Council for the Arts, where it often is the case where you're eligible for funding from one and not the other. The reality is most of our museum and galleries actually serve multiple roles, and they should be eligible both for Museums Assistance Program and Canada Council funding. I know our sector is really interested in having that conversation, and I feel like we could provide a lot of really productive ideas around how to broaden its accessibility.
So if just because we don't have a lot of time and I have one small more question, then I have to move to someone else. But if you could write maybe some recommendations to this committee, I'd be very grateful. I think it would be very helpful to us. The second question is I have one of your recommendations is around a match from the government in terms of, I'm assuming, private donations. Are you talking about a one-to-one donation? I just want to be clear on your recommendation.
Yes, it could be up to one-to-one. There is an existing matching endowment incentive program with the federal government. However, art galleries and museums are excluded from that program, and the rationale is not really that clear.
Which program is that? Sorry.
I believe it's called the Canadian Heritage Matching Endowment Incentive Program or something like that.
Yep.
There is 75% of art galleries have endowments, and over 90% of our members would support opening up that program to art galleries and museums. And I believe we have the support of our peers in the performing arts sectors to allow that to happen. Really what it does is people...
Thank you. Sorry about that. I do have to go to just because I have very limited time, but I do appreciate your point, and I think we've heard it loud and clear. My other question is to Ms. Amiot. One of the weird things, not weird, but one of the interesting things that we're hearing is there are a lot of people who've lost jobs, and then there's a lot of industries that desperately need jobs. So if you actually go to jobbank.gc.ca, there's actually a whole number of industries, healthcare, manufacturing, agriculture, that need jobs. And then there's going to be people that have completely lost their jobs in this pandemic, like the restaurants closed down or some manufacturing facilities closed down forever. And they need to pivot to something else. Do you see a role in sort of helping around training in terms of moving people along from training from colleges and institute? And if you see a role, what is it?
We'll have to do it in 30 seconds. Sorry, Denise.
Absolutely. Upskilling, reskilling, applied research to help the industry to retool. And my colleague, Peter Devlin, could give you a specific example from FANSHA and the community where they are.
Okay, we're going to get Peter in with a response on that in a moment. We'll now turn to 3 or 4 single questions. I'm not sure who's up, Mr. Brunel de Sepp or Mr. St. Marie, whoever wants to take it.
C'est moi, Monsieur le Président. Je vais mettre...
It will be me, Mr. Chair. My question is directly for... Are you okay? Is it me?
Monsieur Semple.
Mr. Semple. I would like you to tell the committee what is the shortfall in your estimates. Why can't you have access to the program? What is the problem?
We meet all of the qualifications for the program except for the fact that we expanded through an asset purchase of another company, and that precludes us from qualifying. And it's as I mentioned earlier, maybe an unintended consequence, but it should make no difference when you're acquiring another company, whether you buy shares or whether you buy all or substantially all of the assets and ownership of that company. And that's what we're asking them to correct. And if I might just add that the problem we have is that we've been trying to get this resolved for 2 months, and we are now out of time. And I have been resisting laying off any additional employees, but we have no choice but to mitigate our risks and reduce our expenses if we can't get an answer on this very important question. So we qualify in all other respects on the program.
Thank you,
Mr. Semple.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semple. Hopefully there's some people from finance. I know they're on there. So we'll just quietly tell them at the moment, look, get the job done and save these 3,200 jobs. It's that simple. Just do it. Turning then to Mr. Julian, and who will be followed by Mr. Polyev. Peter.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Madame Amiot. The colleges and institutes were already in crisis, already before the pandemic. There were people who were in debt for tens of thousands of dollars, a lot of obstacles to go to college or university. After the pandemic, shouldn't we re-see the whole issue of accessibility for colleges, CEGEPs, universities, institutes, so that we have the funding necessary that in other countries don't force people to stop going to school because they don't have enough money post-secondary? Isn't it an opportunity to create a much more accessible system? Madame Amiot's sound is much too low for the interpreter to be able to interpret. Madame Amiot needs to bring her microphone closer to her face.
Denise, the sound is bad. Just slow down a little bit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No problem. Sorry for this. So as I was saying, in the Nordic countries, we know that the number of students that go to post-secondary is quite high. That said, if you look according to the data from OECD, in fact, Canada is one of the first countries with respect to post-secondary attainment. And this is partly because of the number of students that study in colleges across the country. And we are extremely proud of that. In fact, it's the same percentage that have diploma that are also Indigenous and non-Indigenous. The big advantage of our country is the number of campuses that are across this country to help students, learners of all ages to upskill and reskill. I have to say the great news that the government announced not long ago with the $9 billion was a step in the right direction, ensuring that they were providing opportunities for summer jobs as well as work-integrated learning placement, but also student loans to encourage those students to go back to school. I will stop, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denise. Mr. Polyev, are you back?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can't see. Yep, we can. We need to see you, Pierre. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you.
Single question, if you could.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Mr. Semple or Mr. Schweitzer over at Brant. Congratulations, first of all, on your acquisition. Unfortunately, it has artificially created a revenue improvement that has disqualified you from the wage subsidy for which you would otherwise be entitled. I've always known of you as being an extremely successful Saskatchewan company. I didn't realize how many employees you have in Ontario and across Eastern Canada. Of your 3,200 employees, you've got 700 in what you call Eastern Canada. I presume you include Central Canada in that definition. And having grown up in the prairies, I know that everything east of Manitoba is Eastern Canada.
We're prairies down here.
That's right. But I just want to find out, Mr. Semple, how how much would it help you to keep your employees on and save jobs if you were to have rightful access to the wage subsidy that your two legacy companies would otherwise have qualified for had you not done this acquisition?
Right. Well, thank you for that. And yeah, thank you for reminding me about Eastern Canada. Yeah. But it's critical to us. I mean, we have 3,200 employees right now. And as you correctly identified, there's over 700 in the East. And it's our goal to retain all of them, to keep them intact, to keep their benefits intact, to top up the wage subsidy as well, to keep the employees whole. But in the absence of that, we will have no choice but to look at more layoffs and other measures to try and reduce our costs and mitigate our risks. And that's really the last thing we want to do. But there's a lot of uncertainty out there. The COVID-19 has had a negative impact on all of our customers, and that comes right through to us. So we need to act, and we need to act now. And it's kind of urgent for us right now. We've been holding off, hoping that we would get an answer, but we're kind of at the end right now. But it would be substantial benefit to us.
Hopefully finance, I'll wrap up, Chair. I'm sorry, I had promised one question, but hopefully finance is listening, and I think it is the intention of the government to help companies like yours. I think this is just an example, as the Chair properly said, of some you falling through the cracks, and hopefully they can rectify that and keep all those 3,200 workers building our economy.
Good. Thank you both. We are at a time, but I will give Mr. Devlin, if you wanted to follow up on Denise's point earlier on an example related to Julie's question, if you're there.
Yep, I sure am. Thank you very much. So Denise mentioned reskill, upskill. I would just use the example of last week. We had 10 tech companies meet with our dean and associate dean, and they were saying, here are the problems that have come about as a result of COVID-19 in our sector in terms of a skill gap. And so we have already built that into our curriculum so that the graduates will have those skills, be able to support those tech companies. And then it's just part of what colleges do with program advisory councils that support every single program we deliver so that their curriculum is cutting edge and is able to support job generation and economic growth. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I do sincerely want to thank each and every one of you for your presentations, for the good discussion we had, and hopefully out of this session, as we have with many others, we can the programming can be improved. We are going to get through COVID-19, and we got to get the economy back on track, and look to the future. So, on behalf of all committee members, thank you very much for your presentations and your time. And with that, we have a second panel to go to, so we will suspend for about 3 or 4 minutes. Meeting suspended, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To look into the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I think most people on this panel know that the meeting is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available by the House of Commons website. So with that, welcome to each and every one of you. Like some of you, I also had a microphone and headpiece that conked out today, so I'm just using my unit. I'll have to get a new one. We'll start with I'd appreciate it if you could keep your remarks to as tight as you can on 5 minutes. We've got a lot of witnesses, and in order to get a full round of questions in, hold the remarks quite tight. So we'll start with the C.D. Howe Institute, Jerry Cronick, Associate Director Research. Mr. Cronick, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all committee members for inviting me to be part of the panel here today. So these are obviously extraordinary times, and the response by the government and the central bank has been equally extraordinary. We don't have a playbook for this crisis, and it's been impressive to watch the way in which we've all worked together and worked towards a common goal. There's no doubt the massive fiscal stimulus programs were necessary to support households and businesses through the immediate effects of the government shutdown. And similarly, there's no doubt that the massive increase in the Bank of Canada's balance sheet was necessary to support financial markets and overall financial stability to ensure the economic shutdown did not morph into a financial crisis. In my few minutes here today, I thought I'd highlight some of the ways in which it's clear that the stimulus has been successful and highlight some of the concerns as we look ahead to what we hope are better times. On the fiscal front, it's difficult to fully evaluate at this point the success of all the programs, though the uptake in the CERB and the wage subsidy would suggest that they've certainly helped households and businesses bridge the immediate crisis period. The dollar figures associated with the programs, $2,000 a month for CERB and a maximum of $847 a week for the wage subsidy, appears to be appropriate as it covers the bulk of core expenses across the bottom and middle income earners. Moreover, the fall in real GDP in Q1 2020 at 2.1% ended up being in the middle of the range of estimates of the Bank of Canada's April monetary policy report. On the monetary front, of particular concern right off the bat were strains in the Government of Canada bond market. Typically, Government of Canada debt's the safest Canadian dollar denominated asset one can trade. Importantly, it then acts as a benchmark, creating a reference for the market to price all other debt instruments. Therefore, an illiquid market for Government of Canada bonds can impair debt issuances across the entire financial system. What we were seeing in March were huge spikes in illiquidity, and as a result, the bank implemented the Government of Canada bond purchase program, which significantly increased how much Government of Canada bonds it purchased and held on its balance sheet. Those spikes in illiquidity were quickly brought back down and today look much closer to historical levels. Similarly, there was much consternation about the ability of some provincial governments to continue borrowing, or for that matter, borrowing at sustainable rates. On March 26th, the day before the bank announced it would start buying up short-term provincial debt, spreads across all provinces were well above 100 basis points, with Newfoundland closing in on 200 basis points. They had all been below 100 basis points before the crisis started. And by April 17th, 2 days after the bank announced it would also buy longer-term provincial bonds, spreads have returned to much more normal levels. The latter announcement also had the effect of reducing actual borrowing costs across all provinces back to levels that we saw in February. The banks also expanded their large-scale asset purchase programs to deal with stresses in the private sector. Here, too, illiquidity was rearing its ugly head, threatening to impair credit and capital allocation. The bank put in place a series of private sector asset purchase programs. Again, spikes in illiquidity in March shrank in April and have returned to more normal levels. And in April, new issuances of Canadian corporate bonds totaled $17 billion, representing one of the largest totals in a decade. While obviously we are not out of the woods, it is important that we think ahead and ensure that our policy responses are appropriate for the level of risk in the economy and leave us with the fewest regrets long term. Canada's benefited tremendously from having a fiscal and monetary anchor over the past 25 years, including very low risk premiums on government borrowing costs. Fiscal anchors like the debt to GDP ratio were rightly set aside with the spending programs required to overcome the government imposed economic shutdown. But economic growth is likely to be sluggish for some time, and there's a danger that these temporary programs will take on more permanence, turning one-off deficits into structural deficits. And should that be the case, investors will become concerned with fiscal sustainability, Canadian dollar-denominated debt will become riskier, and borrowing costs could increase rapidly. While other countries are in similar situations, Canada is nevertheless highly dependent on both domestic and foreign investor confidence so that public and private debt can be carried at a reasonable cost. This reinforces the importance of Canada's monetary anchor, a low and stable inflation target. With the inflation control agreement coming up in 2021 for renewal, our commitment to that 2% target becomes even more important. This commitment gives the bank ample latitude to increase its balance sheet over the next couple of years to support the economy and the financial system in a deflationary environment, but provide assurance that it'll promptly move to deal with any inflationary pressures as we emerge from the shutdown. As we move from the crisis to the recovery phase, the programs governments have put in place are expected to be wound down or modified to reflect the changing economic circumstances. However, traditional risk metrics are likely going to make even healthy borrowers appear unhealthy until the recovery is well underway and economic uncertainty has eased. On the business side, we don't want zombie firms, but we also don't want healthy firms with viable business models disappearing. Therefore, some continued government involvement is likely warranted, with the big question being in what form and what principles should guide this involvement. Governments must work to reduce as much of the uncertainty that's in their control. Forward guidance is not just a central banker term, it applies to fiscal authorities as well. Governments must also plan with a clear timeline on how any support will evolve as the recovery evolves and be scaled down and eventually exited as things return to normal. So I'll stop there and thank the chair and the committee again and look forward to the question period.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We'll go to the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Angela McEwen. Go ahead, Ms. McEwen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for having me present today. The Canadian Union of Public Employees is Canada's largest union with over 700,000 members. KP members work across a broad cross-section of the economy, such as in healthcare, education, at municipalities, libraries, universities, with public utilities, emergency services, in transportation, and in the airlines. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the threads that connect us all. Our health and well-being depend on the health and well-being of everyone else in our communities, in our country, and around the world. In the last few months, we've seen clearly that when some of us aren't safe and well protected, we are all at risk. This current moment is unlike any previous economic recession or depression that we have seen. Right now, real unemployment or labor slack is around 30%. We're starting to see industries that were hit hard by the initial shutdown, restructuring and facing permanent closures. Households and businesses alike are having trouble paying rent while their economic activity has been shuttered. As the previous guest commented, government deficits globally are going to reach record levels. And so in this environment, it is essential that we continue to put our absolute priority on the health of Canadians, which includes income support to help households make ends meet, and the continued support of public services to help them meet their needs. This will not just help us contain the pandemic, but it will also ensure that our economy and our communities can bounce back faster after it's over. The federal government acted very quickly to put in place supports like the emergency relief benefit and market liquidity programs. This made a difference for millions of people in Canada. Now that we're past that immediate response, though, it's appropriate to take a quick look back and see if we can make improvements or to think about what kind of investments will help us chart a course back to more stable economic waters. As previously mentioned, the Bank of Canada usually already purchased federal government bonds in the primary market, meaning directly from government. But at the beginning of the pandemic, they began purchasing in the secondary market, both for federal and provincial bonds. That distinction might seem academic, but it actually, that can have very different distributional outcomes. So the direct purchase of government debt allows governments to spend more money on providing programs or other support. And the secondary purchase helps keep the rate that we can borrow at lower, but it also directly benefits existing wealth holders. And so the hope is that those wealth holders will use that money to make productive investments in the economy. But this is a little bit like pushing on a string. We know from recent experience that there are no guarantees that that money will be used to stimulate new production or employment. Similarly, when the Bank of Canada or their government-owned corporations buy up mortgages or corporate debt, there's little reassurance that that support is actually trickling down to homeowners, to small businesses, or to workers. To ensure, so this makes it really important that when the federal government is designing its programs, when it's implementing programs, that they ensure the effectiveness and fairness of public spending, keeping that background distributional impact of liquidity support in mind. And so it's important that the federal government strengthen the conditions and improve the transparency and accountability of the programs that they're implementing right now. Some things that you can do to do that: you can make information about how public money is being spent public. You can include clauses in agreements that mandate labor protections for workers, including protections for the continuation of benefits, the implementation of health and safety protocols, and to include penalties that if these clauses are not upheld, the subsidy will be clawed back. And at the same time, make sure that there is protection for whistleblowers so that people feel comfortable reporting violations of these clauses. Where there's a union in the workplace, make sure that they are included in the negotiations for the wage subsidy or other supports that the government gives. Publish details on any procurement or other government contracts that you enter into during the recovery period. And don't provide subsidies or procurement contracts to companies that engage in tax avoidance, for example, through the use of tax havens, or where the beneficial owner of the company is unknown. We're going to face a strong tendency to want to do stimulus like we have in the past, focusing on shovel-ready physical infrastructure projects. This recession is different, though. It affected different industries, different occupations, different communities. It especially hit women, low-income service workers, racialized workers, and migrant workers. Investment in the care economy, including in healthcare, childcare, and social services, will have social and economic returns far higher than the current cost of borrowing, and it will create good jobs for the workers who have been hardest hit by this economic crisis. There are already calls for austerity and privatization, including privatization through the federal government's Canada Infrastructure Bank. But you can't rebuild by cutting. And we know that privatization costs more while delivering less. That's clear, especially in the long-term healthcare sector. After the 2008 recession, the federal government removed economic supports too quickly, focused on cuts and balancing the budget instead of strengthening our safety net. Infrastructure spending prioritized inefficient and expensive P3s, which locked municipalities across Canada into low-quality projects and growing debt. Even though the debt to GDP ratio has jumped significantly, there is no reason to panic or pull back now. Whether we continue to borrow at historically low rates or eventually increase revenue to ensure tax fairness, or some combination of the two, we can well afford to increase federal spending. In fact, if we make public investments in sectors like healthcare, childcare, livable communities, and energy-efficient buildings, we'll see a stronger impact on economic growth alongside lower inequality and improved well-being. The federal government in particular has the ability and the responsibility to shoulder the majority of this cost of the pandemic response, as well as a higher share of social spending going forward. Many polls have shown that there's widespread support for this type of project. There's a growing consensus there's no room for profit in long-term care or other care work. And as Canada starts rebuilding and recovering, we have the opportunity to reimagine what our economy looks like. And I invite you to take that chance.
Thank you very much. Now turning to as individuals, Jean-Denis Garand, Professor of Economics, University de Quebec, Montreal. Mr. Garand. Monsieur.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first, thank you for the invitation. It's a tremendous pleasure to be here with you. Well, I'd like to give members of this committee food for thought so that after the crisis, Canada has done more than just hit the pause button. I'd like to talk about support measures and about cooperative federalism, and as well as training and productivity. The public debt is sustainable for the time being. We can afford to run a deficit of between 10 to 15% of GDP. Financial conditions and the intervention of the central bank give us the means to act forcefully in the short term. But the real test for fiscal policy lies ahead. In the wake of the 2009 crisis, the OECD suggested that governments should put in place measures consistent with the 3 T's rule: timely, targeted and tailored. These principles must now be central to our thinking. Relief with no strings attached will quickly put a brake on the recovery. While the federal government has reacted swiftly, the need to act quickly has forced us to put together a patchwork of measures: the CERB, grants, rent subsidies for small and medium-sized businesses, student aid, which flies in the face of the principles of targeted and scrutinised spending. Policies are based on maintaining a link with one's employment came late. And the CERB, after the CERB, in fact, whose objective was to get money out the door as quickly as possible. For a variety of reasons, the, shall we call it, organ transport, if you'll pardon the analogy, did not take. And transfer policies with a scattergun approach have a social cost. First, let's turn to the government's budget. It interferes with the wage policies of provincial governments, particularly in healthcare. Some stakeholders will have to continue to seek relief for months or even years, and the Government of Canada should not persist with the CERB for too long. The fact of the matter is, if governments want to tackle unemployment, they must stop subsidising it. The EI program needs to be overhauled, but at the very least must take over from the CERB as soon as possible. But this will be tough to implement. Under the CERB and related initiatives, so much money has been handed out to such an array of clients with so little oversight over such a long period of time that many Canadians will feel they are losing out in the transition to employment insurance. Political courage and a great deal of awareness building will be required as we move forward to more targeted income support policies. Now, let's talk about training and productivity. To save human lives, we chose to put the economy of a G8 country on hold. The longer this pause, the more we run the risk of creating long-term unemployment with that scar tissue, if you will, that this will leave on the jobless's capacity to return to work. The current crisis therefore poses a real risk of depreciation of human capital. Canada, through the EI program, will have to break with its tradition of not putting enough emphasis on employability of Canadians. The EI program should be overhauled to generously fund the training of large numbers of unemployed workers while supporting them financially at the same time, and this will be expensive. Moreover, linking such a federal program with provincial training programs will not be easy, and dialogue with the provinces, especially Quebec, must begin very quickly. Future sectors should also be prioritised in the effort to train the workforce, and with the opening up of free trade, we have made it possible to relocate a large number of economic activities, and this has brought us enormous benefits. But now a re-regionalisation of industrial activities is on the horizon, and artificial intelligence and automation will be a part of it. Discussions should take place with the provinces on how to best help them align their workforce training with the new labour market reality. Finally, it should be noted that before the crisis, there was sometimes an economic imbalance in favour of the energy sector. This poor strategic choice will have to be challenged in order to rebalance growth in our Canadian Federation. In conclusion, and this is my real conclusion, the future will confirm that the principles of decentralisation, asymmetrical federalism are more necessary than ever. The provinces need financial support to ensure the delivery of frontline public services, and Ottawa should seriously consider at this time an unconditional transfer to the provinces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garon. Turning then to Ian Lee, who's no stranger before this committee. Associate Professor, Carleton University. Mr. Lee, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the Finance Committee for the invitation to appear, but first my disclosures, which are standard. I do not have any conflicts of interest, as I don't consult or have any investments of any kind anywhere. Secondly, I don't belong to or donate funds, directly or indirectly, to any political party, and I don't allow lawn signs on my property in any election. Thirdly, I am one of those high-risk Canadians, as I am over 65 years of age. I do have rheumatoid arthritis, and I do take immunosuppressive drugs. Now to my comments. For the past 90 days, the Government of Canada has undertaken unprecedented monetary and fiscal spending to avert an economic disaster of massive numbers without income. And so as a consequence, governments deliberately shut down most of the economy. But as a consequence of this, I think today Canada faces a far more pressing problem. Per the PBO and other forecasts, Canada is facing approximately $250 billion deficit. While a considerable number of analysts have publicly stated this is sustainable, a careful review of these comments reveal caveats and hedges to these statements that limit the, what I'll call the sustainability thesis, to the current year or the short run. In sharp contrast, I argued before this committee a couple of months ago, the deficits of this magnitude are not sustainable sine die or indefinitely into the future. And indeed, the distinguished former governor of the Bank of Canada, Dr. Dodge, and I believe his CD Howe group have come to this conclusion. Yet, in scrutinizing the press conferences of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance announcing yet more and more federal spending, I cannot find any serious or extensive discussion of the very temporary nature of these programs and the urgent need for an exit strategy, not in 5 years or 3 years, but starting almost immediately. And there is, in my view, a reason. Our public health officials and our federal and provincial elected leaders from all political parties have done such an effective job of frightening the population into believing, in my view wrongly, that everyone is equally vulnerable to infection and death from COVID-19, that there is very little public support for reopening the economy. Now, to be fair, the lockdowns were chosen because we did not know better at the time. But today, the public health data from every country very clearly reveals that elderly people over 65 and people with serious health issues are highly vulnerable, people like me. But that vastly larger numbers of the population are at very low risk, overwhelmingly young or middle-aged healthy individuals, which, as I said, is most of the population. Now, with the experience and knowledge of the past 3 months, our leaders must revise and revisit our strategy to address COVID-19. The Government of Canada must work very closely with the provincial governments to classify every firm and every industry by degree of risk per WHO into low contact, low risk activities, such as almost all of retail, excepting bars, restaurants, and entertainment, versus high contact, high risk activities characterized by many people together in close contact for extended periods of time. But much, much more importantly, the Government of Canada, in conjunction with the provinces, must undertake a communications campaign to educate the public concerning those at high risk and encourage or even insist that those high risk individuals self-isolate. I want to illustrate this very quickly with a very personal example. 3 years ago, I came down with ordinary cold flu like many Canadians, but it turned into a virulent pneumonia for 6 weeks. I've never been so sick in all my life. So what? What's my point? Well, I learned that I have a responsibility to myself to change my behavior because it was and is in my self-interest. I cannot expect Canadian society to throw millions and millions of young people out of work and destroy hundreds of thousands of business because Ian Lee has a seriously compromised immune system. That's not right. So long before this crisis, 3 years ago, I started to self-isolate. I didn't even know the word, by avoiding places completely where there were lots of people in buildings close together in the winter months, coughing on me that probably or would make me sick. Restated, we must turn our public health model upside down. Isolate and protect the elderly for sure, and the sick, and the vulnerable while ensuring that low contact, low risk businesses are reopened with appropriate distancing measures, staffed by low risk individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Turning to Mr. Jack Mintz, President's Fellow, School of Public Policy, University of Calgary. And Mr. Mintz, I believe you were here just the day this started. In Ottawa, if I recall correctly. Go ahead.
You're absolutely right. I do remember that time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me begin with 4 points. According to the IMF April report, Canadian consolidated public deficits, that's for all levels of government, as a share of GDP will be second highest amongst all advanced economies at 11.8%. This estimate on the size of the deficit is underestimated since it does not take into account further spending commitments announced after April 6, 2020. As it is based on national accounts methodology, it ignores certain liabilities, particularly public employee pension plan deficits. 2, using public accounting, the federal deficit is predicted by the Parliamentary Budget Office to be $250 billion in 2021, which is 11% of forecasted 2020 GDP. The provincial deficits are not known, but RBC forecasted that they will be close to $65 billion. This would mean that the consolidated public deficit on the public accounts basis, which by the way includes deficits of public employee pension plans, will be close to 15%, the highest in this past century. 3, the IMF predicts Canada's public net debt as a share of GDP to rise from 25.9% to 40.7% in 2020, the highest since 2001. Canada also has the third shortest term to maturity for public debt at 5.4 years amongst advanced countries. Estonia and Sweden have shorter term structures for their public debt. This means that we roll over our public debt more often than other countries. And with 23% of this debt held by non-residents, we are sensitive to international investor perceptions of Canada's fiscal responsibility. 4, we also know that our public liabilities are more than what is currently reported as net debt. It does not include unfunded healthcare, long-term care and OES liabilities, and net of taxes paid on RSP and pension plan withdrawals. CPP net assets are subtracted from net debt, but future CPP obligations are ignored. Public non-financial assets, especially important at the provincial local level, are not easily liquidated if debt rollovers must be covered. And our consolidated government net debt obligation is almost triple the official number. Now, we also know that much lies ahead is uncertain. Return of lockdowns in the fall of 2020 or spring 2021 will make recovery much more difficult. There will also be significant demands for stimulus, given that many households and businesses will be running out of cash this fall with deferrals coming due. And while the 2021 fiscal deficit should not be nearly as large as 2021 because of all the temporary measures, it is more than likely that the federal and provincial deficits will be elevated for several years beyond 2021 fiscal year. Now, federal as well as provincial governments will need to lay out a budget for 2021. At that time, the Minister of Finance will likely indicate a fiscal target, in part to bring back more financial control to the budget, as demands will be enormous for spending hikes or tax cuts. In the past, the approach has been to ensure that debt as a share of GDP should not rise. This fiscal anchor makes less sense today, with $1 trillion more in official federal net debt, plus other future obligations in our aging society. When markets become nervous over a country's fiscal path, governments often resort to fiscal rules, such as expenditure limits, tax ceilings, targets for balanced budgets, and debt limitations. And as the IMF reports, all advanced countries use different fiscal rules depending on their circumstances. In fact, in the past 30 years, from the IMF reports that half of countries have used fiscal rules of various sorts to try to deal with deficits, including Canada back before 2005. Now, alongside Iceland, only Canada at the national level has no fiscal rule today. And this is, I mean, pre-COVID days. Right now, I'm not sure anyone has any fiscal rule. Now, many fiscal rules are statutory, embedded in legislation or the Constitution. They typically allow for adjustments for cyclical effects and may exempt debt finance public infrastructure. In some countries, such as Australia, the United Kingdom, and France, use multiple rules, such as a limitation on expenditure growth, a debt GDP limit, or a deficit GDP limitation. The criticism of fiscal rules is that they reduce budget flexibility and discriminate against public infrastructure spending. However, studies have shown that fiscal rules improve fiscal credibility, that keeps interest rates lower and ensures investor confidence in the country's debt. And a recent study by German economists have found that statutory fiscal rules also result in higher economic growth rates, 18% in higher GDP in the long run. Fiscal rules only based on political commitments do not have a growth impact. Now, when the next budget is set next time, the Minister of Finance will need to address how big deficits should be in the future, how much debt can be tolerated, how much spending can grow, what tax reductions are affordable, what tax increases will be needed. The minister will need some type of fiscal rule, and whether it should be supported by legislation to indicate adherence to the plan. Now, I would like to suggest to this committee, even though this is early on, we're not talking about this here, fiscal rules, but I would like to suggest to the committee that in the coming months, it should study the approaches used by countries for budget planning. It will be critical since future generations who have no influence over our decisions today can be left with a financial mess in the future if our generation does not act fiscally prudent. So that is something I leave to your committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mintz. And we'll now turn to Armin Yalnissen, who is an economist with the Atkinson Fellow on the Future of Workers. Welcome, Armin. Been a while. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this hard-working committee. I don't know how you do what you guys do. This is a lot of witnessing you are hearing right now. Anyway, I'm going to do my best to go quick. Yesterday, the Bank of Canada told us the worst could soon be over for the economy. Great news, though the pace of rebound of the economy is far from certain. The virus certainly killed the income earning potential for over a third of Canadian workers, according to Statistics Canada by mid-April. But the Federal Treasury swiftly acted to help people contain the contagion and prevent a surge of debt, announcing about $146 billion in COVID-related spending. And the Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that real GDP is likely to shrink by 12%. So the Government of Canada's initiatives may backfill about half of the estimated $288 billion hole created by the pandemic. So as our hopes and actions now turn to recovery, the debate is already dominated, as you have heard, by discussion of how quickly to turn off the federal spending taps and to delimit public deficit and debt. I contend this is the wrong approach. We should not be looking at the cost of federal spending without also looking at its benefits. In other words, net benefits of public spending. Indeed, the federal government is going to have to keep spending more than it did before COVID-19 hit, but it will have to pivot to reassuring Canadians about the ability to safely reopen the economy instead of keeping people safe at home to contain the contagion. And that spending will have to be designed to maximize the future potential for growth. Not just how much you spend, but what you spend it for. Targeted and sufficiently resourced spending could literally pay for itself, not just in shovel-ready physical infrastructure, but critical social infrastructure that supports the economic activity we all undertake through our households and our businesses, just as much as roads and bridges do. This pivot from contagion containment to strategies for safe reopening will require historic federal interventions in childcare, for reasons that I just detailed in my presentation to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development just moments ago, and I have submitted my brief to your clerk, so please avail yourselves of it if you would like to learn why I think childcare is the secret sauce to recovery. But simply put, given the number of women who have been sidelined by the shutdown of activity to simply essential economic transactions, and given that pre-COVID women were 50% of employees, there can be no recovery without a she-covery, and there can be no she-covery without childcare. And without a nationwide strategy for safe protocols for reopening schools and childcare facilities, we are likely to create another vector for transmission, just like the long-term care facilities. And we will not be able to fully redeploy our economic potential for even longer. So putting the emphasis on safe reopening is key, and the federal government will play a key role in ensuring exactly that, because the last thing we want is for childcare to look like long-term care with regards to COVID transmission. Just a quick reminder that the problem is actually a cascade of problems. It's a health crisis triggering an economic crisis, which is triggering a debt crisis. Obviously, job one is to contain the health crisis. Job two is to offset the scale of the economic crisis. And only when we've done those two things will we know what the scale of the debt crisis is that we will have to deal with as households, as businesses, and as governments at every level. More debt is simply inevitable. The only question is, who will hold it? And in accounting terms, there's only 4 places for the debt to grow: amongst households, amongst corporations, amongst governments, and through current accounts, which is cash flows into and out of Canada. Government debt will include increasing debt at the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, as well as municipal shortfalls in revenue intake for non-discretionary expenditures that they must make for their citizens. So this pandemic should result in more government debt to secure the recovery. That is because, and it should be more federal government debt, because federal debt is the lowest risk, lowest cost debt in the entire ecosystem of debt. Households pay the highest rate on debt, followed by businesses, followed by municipalities, followed by provinces. The cheese stands alone when it comes to federal debt. So those arguing to reduce federal deficit and debt, in my view, are effectively arguing for a slower recovery, deeper economic losses for more people, and more income being paid through the entire system for debt servicing. And I am confident this is nobody's goal at this table. So I thank you for your time, and I welcome any of the questions you have about my approach to federal debt being a good thing in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Armine. Before I go to Mr. Cross, I'll just give members a heads up on who will start the first round of questioning. And we'll start with Mr. Polyev, followed by Mr. Fraser, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. So that's the lineup on the first round of questioning. For the last witness then, Philip Cross, McDonald Laurier Institute. Not a new arrival at this committee either. Philip, go ahead.
No, and I was here with Professor Mintz when you had the last public meeting. Let history record, by the way, if it's true that we'll never be shaking hands again, that the last human being I shook hands with was Mr. Julian after that meeting. So I'd like to take this time to address 2 subjects, one looking back on how Canada dealt with past fiscal crises, and then looking forward on whether this is an appropriate time to restructure the economy. Using the projections from the PBO, federal spending is jumping from 15 to about 26%. Together with lower revenues, this inflates the deficit from 1.1 to 12.7% of GDP. raises outstanding federal debt from 31 to about 48%. The actual outcome is likely to be larger, but these estimates provide a good baseline for understanding the fiscal consequences of this crisis. The most obvious comparison is with World War II. Federal spending initially jumped from 10.5% to 22.8% by 1941, with annual deficits hitting near 5% of GDP. Starting in 1942, the increase in government spending became enormous, hitting a peak of 48% of the economy in 1943 and boosting deficits to over 20% of GDP every year between 42 and 44. Despite sharply higher taxes, the federal debt soared from 22% to 160% of GDP during the war. How did Canada cope with such a high level of debt? Initially, the government ran surpluses for 6 straight years after the war, as spending almost returned to pre-war levels, but taxes did not. While some surpluses were sizable, averaging 3.6% a year from 46 to 48, equivalent to about $72 billion today, they totaled only 13.4% of GDP. Instead, most of the reduction of the debt load from 160% of GDP to 70% in the post-war decade reflected unexpectedly rapid growth, as GDP nearly tripled in 1 decade. Today, the prospect of a comparable surge of income growth seems remote. Instead, the model for lowering today's deficit is the austerity adopted after the '94 debt crisis and the 2008-2009 recession. 3/4 of the deficit reduction after '94 was achieved by lowering program outlays. The rest was from raising revenues. After the recession ended in 2009, the $43 billion federal deficit was eliminated entirely by reducing program spending. Most economists advocate deficit reduction through spending cuts and not tax hikes. A recent IMF review of the literature found spending cuts boost business investment while tax hikes dampen spending. By relying mostly on spending restraint, economic growth was sustained after both '95 and 2009. This year's extraordinary increase in government spending and deficits apparently does not deter some from seeing an opportunity to restructure Canada's economy. After all, it's tempting to ask, if we can command the huge resources needed to contain the pandemic, why not use the occasion to make fundamental changes to our society? However, this thinking is flawed and undemocratic. The vast deployment of government resources in response to the pandemic was intended to preserve the economy as it was. The 11-point hike in government share of GDP was to replace household and business incomes, which collapsed almost overnight. This temporary income support was meant to keep labor and capital in place so these industries could resume normal operations as soon as the virus subsided. Making the increase in government spending permanent by financing programs such as a guaranteed annual income, green energy infrastructure projects would be counterproductive to this short-term goal and harm long-term growth. Restructuring the economy is problematic no matter what course the virus takes. If it does subside, either on its own or due to a vaccine, we would expect Canadians to resume spending on personal services. If on top of this we add a substantial increase in government spending, soon the economy will surpass its capacity limits. While not at full employment before the crisis, Canada was not several points below it either. The Bank of Canada estimated the output gap was about 1% late in 2019. On the other hand, if the virus disrupts spending for a long period, Canada faces a very difficult transition for its labor and capital. People little versed in economics warn of stranded assets in our fossil fuels, but that would pale by comparison with the hundreds of billions potentially stranded in aerospace, urban transit, hotels, and commercial and office buildings. For workers, as widely noted, income and job losses have been concentrated in service industries with low levels of skill, education, and pay. Restructuring would be a painful and costly exercise at a time when the economy is still struggling with the pandemic. A more basic question is, do Canadians want an economy restructured along these lines? In the short term, higher government spending is replacing some of the record decline in household spending, especially on services that form the basis of much social activity. However, humans are inherently social beings. Canadians spend substantial amounts on restaurants, hotels, and the like, preferring a large variety of these activities at low prices. It is unlikely people will permanently give up this network of social activities to finance a guaranteed income, green energy infrastructure, or more healthcare. At a minimum, plans to rebuild and restructure our economy need to be transparent so Canadians can decide if they accept this trade-off on a permanent basis. A temporary willingness to make sacrifices during a crisis should not be confused with a permanent shift in preferences. In past crises, Canadians postponed consumption for the common good, but not forever. As World War II ended, a weariness with sacrifice resulted in the defeat of Winston Churchill and the near defeat of Mackenzie King. People wanted to spend on their personal well-being after 2 decades of pent-up demand. Similarly, austerity programs are best implemented quickly before people lose the motivation for shared sacrifice. Unless Canadians choose to lower their consumption for more government spending, plans to impose a restructuring look like another elitist attempt to tell ordinary people how to live. The pandemic supposedly made us more aware of the contribution of blue-collar workers, but the contempt of many for blue-collar consumption choices remains just below the surface. Even worse than slowing economic growth by diverting resources into less desirable activities, imposing such a choice undermines democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cross, and we'll go to, we can go to a 6-minute round for the first round. Mr. Polyev. Pierre there. Oh. Mr. Polyev.
Sorry, I was just taking a moment to marvel in Dr. Cross's excellent presentation, and that's why I was delayed in coming online. And I'd like to direct my questions to Dr. Philip Cross, former Chief Economic Analyst at Stats Canada. Dr. Cross, you've studied the data over the years. And you can provide us with an informed outlook on the impact of government spending and debt. We now have a record level of combined personal, government, and business debt as a share of GDP, approaching 400%. Do you believe that we can go on adding to these debt levels for the medium term in order to carry out this government-directed economic transformation that many ideological utopians are dreaming about?
Yeah, am I unmuted here? Okay. Thank you. That's a very good point, and it's something that I find missing in the whole run-up to this crisis, and now as the crisis unfolds, we tended to focus, for example, during the federal election and now during this crisis, only on government debt, as if government debt is somehow isolated from all the other debt in our society. In fact, we had very high levels, one of the highest levels of household debt in the OECD. We had the highest level of corporate debt. We had very high levels of provincial debt. It was only the federal government that had relatively low levels of debt entering this. So that's very important to note that, yes, we are shifting a lot of debt into the government sector quite appropriately. They are the only sector that, for a period there, that the financial markets were even willing to lend to. So it was appropriate government took that load on. But nevertheless, we are going to be servicing all of this debt, personal, corporate, and government, out of the same income stream of GDP.
Right.
And that's something we have to be aware of. We can't just look at government in isolation from all the other debt we have in our society.
Right. The flow of GDP income, there's one GDP, and it has to support the debt of households, of governments, and of business. So we cannot assume the government of Canada has a full right to 100% of that GDP in order to service its debts. I want to also talk about the income inequality that high levels of government debt engender. Dr. Mintz, excellent presentation as always. A lot of people often argue we need big deficits to reduce poverty. But what they don't mention is that big debts mean big interest payments, and those interest payments go to disproportionately wealthy people who are bondholders. And we know that they are wealthy because if they weren't, they wouldn't have been able to lend money to governments in the first place. So debt interest is inherently a transfer of wealth from the working class taxpayer to the wealthy lender. Do you have any comments on the distributional impact that large governmental debts have on the equality or inequality of the population?
You're raising an interesting point. That is that we have to remember that interest payments on public debt, in this case, is a form of transfer, and it's a transfer from those who, the government budget, but of course that's really the taxpayers' budget, to bondholders. Now, of course, the taxpayers tend to be more in the upper income groups, and the at least when it comes to public debt, and the interest to be paid, of course, goes to the bondholders, of which many of them are outside the country, as I mentioned, about a quarter of them.
Right.
And so it's actually a drain on resources for the country when taxpayers are covering these interest expenses. Now, as far as inequality impacts, I think that's where the household debt becomes particularly relevant. And of course, many middle income groups have taken on significant household debt. In fact, the numbers that you gave, 400% of GDP for household non-financial corporate and public debt, is based on IMF data. And that doesn't even include all the financial obligations that the governments have in Canada, which I've emphasized in the past. In terms of that household debt and its impact on inequality, I have to admit I haven't really looked at that very carefully. But certainly when you get borrowers that are getting low interest rates right now, maybe that's not as much of a problem for those individuals. The big problem, of course, comes down the road when they renew their obligations and they're facing higher interest rates, which is bound to happen as we get past the recovery.
And Chair, if I have time for one more question.
30-second question, 30-second answer.
I'm worried about the uppercut that's coming. So we have extremely high levels of debt in this country. Our debt service ratios are thus far not that high because interest rates are obscenely and unusually low. When they go up, then governments, households, and businesses are going to be hit with that uppercut. How worried should we be about the debt uppercut that is going to hit the interest rate uppercut that is going to hit our overly indebted nation? Both Drs. Cross and Mintz, please.
I'll just add something quickly and then see the rest of the time to Jack that I don't think we even have to wait for interest rates for this to be a problem. I'd be quite concerned that in 6 months from now, for the moment, a lot of household mortgages have been deferred. The CMHC is talking about that by next year, we could be looking at 20% of households foreclosing on their mortgages. So, wow. It's not just interest rates. We could just stand still exactly where we are and have an interesting debt problem in several months.
Yeah, I'll just be very quick, Mr. Chair, because you said a half a minute. We have to remember that interest costs are two things. It's the interest rate times the actual amount of debt.
Right.
And what we're taking on is a huge amount of debt right now at the public level. Plus, we also have significant debt at the private level. And in fact, that debt has even gone up with all these deferrals because people are going to have to pay back, utility bills that were deferred and mortgage payments and taxes. And then there's a lot of taxes to be paid on the income support that is currently provided. So we are going to have a very significant issue for all sectors of the economy in dealing with our debt overload, and so it's not just the interest rate that may go up; it's also the fact that there's been so much new debt that's been taken on. No, and it's just a fact that we're going to have to be concerned about.
Thank you all. Going to Mr. Fraser, who will be followed by Mr. St. Marie. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions will be directed at Ms. Yalnizyan. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I'll let you know I was enthralled with your testimony, as my colleague, Mr. Poilievre, was that of Mr. Cross. I'll pick up where the last questioning left off on the cost of servicing this debt. Of course, it's something that's on everyone's mind. We don't want to be irresponsible, but I think one of the points that you articulated very well was that there is a need to look at the benefits of some of these measures as well, and a need to recognize that in fact the virus created the need to respond and effectively created the debt that we're dealing with. I want to give you the opportunity to talk about the cost of inaction had we not chosen to have the federal government assume this debt and left it to individual households and business owners, because I can tell you from my experience in the constituency, the consequences would have been far greater because they would have resulted in widespread bankruptcies of half the businesses in my community and kids without food on the table. So I'm curious if you can give some perspective on what the cost of inaction would have led to if we chose not to have such an aggressive intervention in response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, if you think we're facing a wave of mortgage failures, which we are, it is unduckable, the wave of debt that is going to be coming at us, as well as the wave of insolvency for businesses as well as for households. That is going to happen. So the question is simply who holds the debt. And I said in my opening statements that based on what the Parliamentary Budget Office has estimated, the hole that the pandemic blew into in the economy was $288 billion, and federal spending is the whole 9 yards. And we don't know if all of it will get spent, in particular with the wage subsidy. All the different forms total up to $146 billion, so less than half the whole. So the hole would have been twice as big, and more people would have lost their homes more rapidly. And people would not have stayed at home. We would have been unable to contain the contagion. But as I said in my comments, it isn't good enough to just talk about what would have been. I think there's nobody in this room, in this virtual room, that it was arguing for the feds not doing what they did. If they were arguing for it not to happen, that's really like marginal thought, the community of economic thought. Almost everybody agrees that they had to act, and they had to act fast. My point is, it's not time to cut spending and worry about federal debt, because the other forms of debt, which actually Mr. Poilievre and Dr. Mintz and Dr. Cross have all acknowledged, there's one flow of income to deal with household debt, business debt, government debt. And government debt comes in three flavors: federal, provincial and territorial, and municipal. Everybody's going to have more debt. And the cheapest debt to be held is at the federal level. It's okay if that debt goes up. In fact, that's the smartest way to reduce costs for debt servicing. So, like, I don't know what else I can add. I said all of those things before. I'll say them again. And, I guess you were asking about benefits of spending. If we do not spend on childcare, if we do not secure that critical infrastructure is in place so that people can get back to work, as I have said 100 times before, that given how many women lost their jobs and that they are half the workforce, if they don't get back into the economy, we cannot recover. We cannot recover our purchasing power, which is 56% of the economy. Okay, so we know that in the United States, they're poised to lose half of their ecosystem of childcare. If we do not support this critical infrastructure, there will be no recovery, because there will be no she-covery. And there is no she-covery because there's no childcare. That's math. That's just plain math.
Thank you very much for that testimony, Mr. Chair. If I have a moment left, I'll try to 2 minutes. I'll try to sneak in 2 questions for you, and you can eat up the rest of the time with your response, if that's okay. The first, I'm incredibly worried about a generational gap, given the impact that this pandemic is having on young people. I think there's obviously a longer-term question we have to ask ourselves as well about repaying some of this debt. But I look at the wage loss for young people, and it's astonishing. And I'm wondering if you can comment on the long-term impact of that phenomenon, and if you have time to offer a quick piece of guidance on how we can better reflect the value of unpaid work, I would be grateful.
Oh, wow. There's a bunch of stuff there. Okay. I don't know what to do immediately about the lost generation. We're looking at numbers that we have never seen before. About about half of Canadians aged 25 to 34 have lost more than half of their income. They got to get back into the workforce. The great news is we've got plenty of work to be done in our communities. There's no reason for us not to put them back to work. We need this stuff done. So this could be, we could be creating opportunities. But I think the bigger story from my perspective is understanding that childcare is actually a triple weapon in our war in the recovery. It helps women get back to work when they have a job. It is a form of employment, and done properly, it provides the ability for every single child to be learning ready when they enter the school system, and to make sure that they're supported. In my other presentation I just did to HUMA, which I hope you have an opportunity to look at, it literally pays for itself. We're literally leaving money on the table by not expanding access to childcare dramatically throughout the system and having the federal government pay for it. And you'll see in my comments why I think the federal government should be taking the lead at this time. Thank you very much for your questions. Really tough questions.
Thank you. And you either have or you will send that brief to the clerk, or me. Thank you.
It has been sent already. It is in the clerk's hands.
Okay, thanks a lot. Turning then to Mr. St. Marie, followed by Mr. Julian. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you for your presentations. Mr. Garon, one thing that you raised was transfer payments to provinces. You talked about the importance of bolstering the healthcare. Unfortunately, the interpreter must suspend service. There are microphones open which are interfering. We would ask that the question be started from the beginning.
And my own microphone was off, so you couldn't hear me. Just slow down a little bit, and there is some microphones on, I gather. So if anybody's got their microphone on, make sure it's shut off. There's back feed coming into the translation booth. Start over, Mr. St. Marie, if you could, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Wayne. So, Mr. Garon, could you please speak to the importance of these transfer payments to the provinces and territories? There was a lot of talk about debt. Is the debt a brake on does the debt put a brake on the transfer payments to the provinces, in your opinion? Response: thank you, sir. As an economist, I share the diagnostic analysis of a number of my colleagues. The debt burden is important and the deficit is important. But I have one caveat to make. We are in the midst of a crisis, and a virtually unprecedented crisis. And I feel like we're dragging our heels here. And I feel that what's important is the transition, and the proper steps need to be taken in the government's budget to meet targeted objectives. And moreover, these wage subsidies with a more functional EI program, we need to take back the reins of fiscal control in that manner. That's my first response. Secondly, transfers to the provinces. If you look at those transfer payments, excluding infrastructure, the amount per capita earmarked by the federal or provincial government is exactly that of the CERB. So it was urgent to act swiftly in the midst of a crisis, and a lot of money got out of the door very quickly. But the provinces who have a social contract with their residents have to provide healthcare services and education. Well, they get the transfer payments and equalisation, but it's a lot less for some provinces that don't get payments through equalisation. It's a lot less than the CERB. So I think there needs to be a renewed partnership between the provinces, territories and federal government to get out of this crisis and to help transfer debt. And if all the provinces haven't called for it yet, I think that they will in due course. And if I may, we talked about the debt on the shoulders of future generations. We have to be pragmatic about this. Future generations, their welfare relies on their employability, their productivity, their ability to return to the workforce enthusiastically and with resolve. And in order to achieve this, we need massive reinvestment in training and retraining. And over the first couple of hours, your committee heard testimony from colleges and universities about this. It requires the assistance of the federal and provincial government. Now, in the middle of the crisis, if you expect to be able to have short-term budgetary rules and do some sort of accounting miracles, well, that's not the best way of thinking about the way future generations will live. I think that's poorly timed and ill-conceived to be doing that kind of reflection at this point. Question. In addition to training the labour force, we know that there is an agreement between Ottawa and Quebec. Ottawa transfers the money and Quebec spends it. But it takes time to get that process running. We know in terms of social housing there are dire needs. There was an agreement entered into a couple of years ago, but it hasn't been signed. Do you think that there's going to be too many strings attached, that the money earmarked will have too many strings attached and won't get out the door quickly enough? Response. Well, I think there needs to be more money put on the table. That's the first thing. And the federal government has a role to play there. There's also employment insurance. We need to maximise the use of that program. The federal government, provinces have to work together to get money out the gate quickly. Well, I've studied the Quebec issues at length. We have particular training on the agreements, labour agreements and labour training agreements in Quebec. And those kinds of agreements take a lot of time to get developed and in fact signed off on. So, and oftentimes it could be a wonderful partnership, but it takes time. So that the Canadian Federation works well, training the labour force in the midst of a crisis will be an excellent litmus test. Question. Well, thank you. In your presentation, you reminded members of the importance of incentives to return to the workforce. These are social support measures. For example, the ending of the CERB and the wage subsidies at some point. But not each and every sector will work at the same pace in achieving this. So what should the government do to ensure a follow-up and to maintain some sort of incentive to return to work?
Very good question. First of all, I would like to underscore the fact that at the very beginning of the crisis, I was strongly in favor of subsidies, wage subsidies, seeing the government being a solution of last recourse. Economists, and there are several of us here in the room, we work in the dark. We're working in the dark now. It's tricky. Production has been halted in several sectors. There are some sectors that will be able to start up again. Other sectors will start up again in some regions and some provinces, but not elsewhere. And so as to be able to have an effective and fair, asymmetrical system, along with these wage subsidy programs, etc., we'll need really good mapping. Very important work to know where sectors are in need of assistance so that we can make the right choices, because all of the analysts, even the best and brightest minds in the country today, are having trouble identifying those sectors. And I would add that it's important for the government to know which sectors should be its priorities. We'll see it in the provinces. We'll see it federally. Lobbyists are lining up for handouts, for assistance. We're sensitive to that. It's jobs, it's livelihoods, but we'll have to have a good idea of the sectors that should be priorities with regard to assistance. And it's difficult to have that information. And I believe that the government has a role to play in this area. And I know that the officials are very busy these days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Garon.
Very much. Then turning the last question of the first round, Mr. Julian, and we'll start the second round with Mr. Morantz. Peter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all our witnesses for being here, and we certainly hope that you and your families are safe and healthy. I'd like to direct my questions to Ms. McEwen. Ms. McEwen, you're a breath of fresh air. Some people in Ottawa want to go back to the old normal, where 50% of Canadian families struggled within $200 of insolvency on any given month, at the largest level of family debt load in the industrialized world. And according to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, $26 billion in tax revenues basically go offshore. Very wealthy and very profitable corporations can basically take their money off because of an extremely porous tax system. So I have 3 questions. Your presentation, I thought, was brilliant. You talked about really putting the emphasis coming through the pandemic and coming out on the health of Canadians and income supports. How important is that structure? My second question, what we've seen is a lot of profiteering during this crisis. The banks have gotten $750 billion in liquidity support from various federal government agencies. As you noted, support hasn't trickled down. Have the LEAF program for corporate bailouts that can apply to overseas tax havens. We see companies like Amazon that don't respect health and safety of their employees getting contracts from this federal government. How important is it that we crack down on this type of profiteering? And then thirdly, what do you think the public appetite is for these changes? I mean, we've seen record levels of support for a wealth tax, for childcare, in the same way that after the Second World War, Canadians finally said enough is enough. We're going to start investing in people. To what extent do you think Canadians now also are ready for investments finally going to people for a change rather than to Bay Street?
Ms. McEwen.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. I appreciate that. I'm really grateful actually to be presenting with Armin because I agree completely. The first thing that we have to focus on is health. If we're not healthy, if we can't be healthy at work, we know that we spread it to others in our community. And so our health is incredibly linked to each other. Income supports allow people to stay home when they're sick. That was why we introduced the CERB, to actually allow people so that they could afford to follow public health advice and stay home and limit the spread of the virus. And that was largely quite successful. The second thing that we need to do is get the situation in long-term care homes under control, and to improve the staffing ratios and the protocols in place there. In terms of profiteering, this is what I was talking about. Regular Canadians, that the members that QP has are on average make less than $50,000 a year. And you talk to a construction worker, you talk to a healthcare worker, and what they see the government doing, all of these announcements around liquidity and around supporting the banks, they very clearly feel that they're being left behind. They're struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling to pay their mortgage and their food. They can't find childcare, and they see banks providing record profits. They see executives getting public bailouts at the same time that they're getting huge bonuses. And that sense of unfairness really resonates with people. And so in order for people to feel like they matter, we need to put them first. We need to actually make sure that we're helping people pay their mortgages instead of letting them go bankrupt and lose their houses. It's not good enough to get the money to the banks. We actually have to get the money into people's hands. And the same is true for small businesses, for vulnerable communities. We don't want our favorite restaurants to close because they weren't able to pay their rent while they had to shut down to keep us safe. So I definitely think the impact of the pandemic has not been equally shared. About 25% of people are office workers, can work from home. They're saving money because they're not spending any money. Whereas regular people are going back to low-wage jobs, and they feel like the banks are getting bailed out, and they're getting sold out again, just like happened in 2008.
Peter, you've got about a little over a minute left. Go ahead.
I'll just come back on the issue of public support for things like wealth tax. And at the same time, I'll take the opportunity to ask Ms. Yelnison a question around the secret sauce of childcare and what those benefits would be in terms of the positive economic fallout. So first to Ms. McEwen and then to Ms. Yelnison.
So ECOS has been polling 3/4 of Canadians support a fundamental transformation of the economy because it wasn't working for them. And they knew that. And they've finally had this moment where we see a government can actually make a difference in people's lives, and people have some hope that we will have some change there in that relationship, that we can actually have government make a difference in our lives. and we can do something differently. In terms of the wealth tax, the Broadband Institute did commission some polling, and 3/4 of Canadians support a wealth tax, 2/3 of Canadians support deficits indefinitely, spending as much as we need to get through this crisis. So it's definitely broadly popular to do that as well.
Ms. Yalnison, quickly.
I'm going to actually pass. I'm happy to answer Mr. Julian privately because I don't think most people that are witnessing really much care about what's happening to childcare based on the conversation. But, you know, my views are out there and you have seen them also. You can see them. Any of you can see them in the report I did to HUMA. So I'm just going to let things move along if you don't mind, Mr. Julian, and I will get in touch with you personally.
Yeah, well, you did say that childcare was the secret sauce of recovery. I remember you and I worked together on childcare in 1988.
Sweetheart, we've been talking about it since 1970. We're coming up on the 50th anniversary of the Status of Royal Commission of the Status of Women report. We've been talking about it for 50 years now. At least women have been. Not so much governments, but, you know, we keep trying.
We had it in 2006, but something happened. Do you remember that, Peter? We'll go to Mr. Morantz and then on to Ms. Zerowitz.
Thank you. Dr. Mintz, very good presentation. I just wanted to touch on something you mentioned and discussed in your article in the Financial Post today, which is the necessity for statutory fiscal rules. Coming from Manitoba, we've had balanced budget legislation for the better part of 25 years. So the NDP repealed it for a while, but now it's back. Economic growth here has been strong. The GDP in Manitoba has more than doubled over that period of time. Right now, it seems like there are no rules, none. You know, so we're facing a $1 trillion deficit. I want to talk to you about interest rates as well, but I'm wondering if you could expand on the types of fiscal rules do you think the government of Canada should be looking at in a post-COVID economy?
Well, I think it has to be understood that what I'm raising today is more of an issue, sort of like the next issue once we start getting back into recovery, which I anticipate at some point Minister of Finance is going to have to present a budget. And it's going to be very important, I think, to change the expectations because right now there's so much money being poured out, it can't continue at the pace it's doing. We're already starting to move back to 1995. We're already at 2001 in terms of our net debt. Our official net debt. So we've gone back now almost 20 years in terms of our debt load. And I suspect we're going to have a high deficit next year again. Not anything like what we're seeing right now, but this is going to be an issue where the government has to start changing expectations. Let's be honest, no politician has $2.2 trillion sitting in their pocket to substitute for the whole economy. Now, in terms of your question, I think that if you look around the world, statutory fiscal rules are actually fairly commonplace. And in fact, the study that I mentioned that the Germans have recently done, German economists, is quite fascinating. It was based on 3 data sets and a lot of different work done, but they show that actually it does contribute to more growth. So the question is, at the federal level, what is going to be the fiscal rule that the federal government is even going to consider? In the past, it was not to let the debt GDP ratio go up. That actually didn't happen. Even before this COVID thing, there was some boost up in the debt GDP ratio in the past few years. But it didn't go up a lot. It didn't go up dramatically. But it has gone up dramatically now, and it'll go up dramatically again next year unless we control what's happening, and that creates a lot of lack of confidence by the market in the economy, and you end up getting credit spreads as a result. And just to give you an example, if you look at provincial bond credit spreads today over the government bond rate, Alberta, despite having the lowest debt per capita amongst all the provinces, now has the second highest provincial bond rate, only below Newfoundland and Labrador. And the reason for that is that the market is saying that Alberta's fiscal situation is a problem, and the province has to show a plan that it's going to be able to get its fiscal picture under control.
Yeah.
And so that interest cost is an additional cost to the government when we really want to get people back to work and to use the money to get people back to work.
Yeah, and to your point on interest rates, we've had the governor of the Bank of Canada here, the former governor, the PBO, Mr. Giroux. Both of them said the same thing that you did, is that interest rates are inevitably going to go up. And I kind of have the feeling people have their heads in the sand about this. I remember very well the 80s and the 90s and Paul Martin's budget when interest rates were 7%. And that was a reaction. It certainly would be better to have some rules so that we could plan ahead as opposed to cutting transfer payments like Mr. Martin did. But having said that, just to put some math to this idea of interest rates going up. Right now, the bank rate is about 0.25%. And by the way, I noticed when I was looking at your article in the Financial Post, there was also an article about stagflation, that word from the 80s, which is a possibility as well. If interest rates go up 1% on $1 trillion, based on the short-term rollover that you mentioned earlier, how long do you think it would take for the government, for the carrying cost of the debt to rise, say 1% or 2% in interest rates? How long would it take for that to be reflected in government expenditures?
I think I did a calculation, but I can't remember the details of it. So I think the best thing is for me to maybe send it to. Should I send a note to the clerk?
Sure. Yeah, that would be great.
Exact calculation, because I think we know that I would use a government bond rate of 10 years, and it's at around 0.6 right now, a little bit roughly around that point. So we'll be going up to 1.6. The average term structure is, as I said, 5.6%. Actually, Canada has a lot of short-term public debt, and so one has to look at that a little bit more carefully. I did, but 1 point would make obviously a significant difference, and it would show up relatively quickly because we turn over our debt so quickly.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, do I have time for one quick one for Dr. Cross?
A very quick one then. I'm lenient.
Dr. Cross, you just wrote, I'll make it very quick. You just wrote about the advocacy of some people for the CERB to become a universal income. Could you give us your opinion on that?
Mr.
Well, I think it's entirely, we're going to learn a lot from the CERB program about how Canadians interact with a government program of such generosity. Yeah, I think we should wait and see how that affects behavior, how that affects participation rates, how many people took advantage of it, frankly. And I think after we collect that data, then we'll be in a lot better position to evaluate it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Turning then to Ms. Zerowitz, who will be followed by Mr. Cumming. Julie?
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank everyone for their presentations. I wish we had more time on this. I think it's important for us to hear all the opinions. It's important. My first question is to Ms. Yelnizyan, if she's available, and Mr. Kronik after that. Hi, Armin. It's nice to see you. It's been a while. The question I actually have is where my colleague, Mr. Cumming, just left off. I support us looking very seriously at some sort of a universal basic income. And so what I'd love for you to maybe talk to is, do you see UBA as a way to better address income inequality moving forward? And if so, because you've been around, you've been on a lot of shows, I've been hearing that you are a supporter of it. What would you see might be the next steps from where we are right now to where we need to go, understanding that there's provincial jurisdiction involved and that we'd probably be looking to replace a number of federal and provincial programs with some sort of an annual basic income? So if you could address that, that would be great.
Thank you for the opportunity. I actually am not in favor of a basic income. I don't think CERB should have been the template. A lot of people think CERB was the portal through which we got a $2,000 check or some amount of money cut to everybody. Saw it as a portal to basic income. I don't think you could have a more misguided approach to what CERB was about. CERB was about disincentivizing people from going to work so they could stay at home and contain the contagion. That was why people were given money. In a recovery, you don't want a system where you're throwing money at people universally. You're trying to get them back to work. And particularly in the era of population aging, you know, this might take us 6 months, it might take us 18 months, it might take us 24 months to get through as a health crisis. And we are in a health crisis still. Once we get to the other side of that, we don't know how much of the ecosystem of business will have been destroyed, would have been blitzkrieged by COVID because it could not withstand the lower volume of business. So we don't know how much of the economy will be left standing. The last thing in the world we want to do is encourage people to stay at home. We need people to contribute because even a basic income requires people working and paying taxes so they can redistribute income. This is why I believe that investments and significant investments, not in childcare as warehousing children so mommy can go back to work, but childcare that permits the maximizing of the potential of preschoolers so that everybody enters school learning ready and supports learning throughout the course of school-age children's lives so that everybody can graduate and have the best opportunities to try and develop their skills and get a job. This is much more important to me than a basic income. So I'm sorry that you have misunderstood all of those shows that I've been on talking about basic income, because I really am not a supporter, and I've been super clear about that all the way along.
Okay, well, no, that's clear. And I want everyone to be clear. I wasn't proposing that we actually extend CERB necessarily. I think there's a number of people that believe because the world of work has changed, because of the number of people in the gig economy, because we have short-term contracts, because we don't, a lot of the Canadian population don't have access to benefits, because we're a transitioning economy, many people felt that some sort of an annual basic income might be one of the solutions for us to address income inequality moving forward. It was one of the ideas proposed. So I don't want anybody to believe that I was proposing that we should be extending CERB. My next question is actually to, so thanks for that, Armin. My next question is to Mr. Kronik. We'll try to get you into this discussion here. As you know, we've, in our last platform, we really talked a lot about creating a sustainable economy. And we've made a huge promise around a net zero by 2050. And I wonder if you might have any thoughts about how can we use this crisis to somehow pivot or move us into a more sustainable economy where we could meet not only our net zero by 2050 target, but our Paris Accord targets. If you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I'll admit that's not the direction I thought you were going to go with the question. Well, so I mean, look, this is the government's made very clear that that net zero, is going to define their thinking, and it's something that they want to achieve. And so yes, I understand the arguments about not wanting government to put conditions on how they extend government support through this crisis and then through the recovery, and that's fair. I mean, my belief is, the private sector and our financial institutions are typically better at allocating capital than governments are. But if that is going to be one of the overarching principles that this government is going to be using, we have to think about how to unlock savings in this in the economy. I mean, it's been mentioned that there's a lot of people who have stayed home that have saved a lot during this, and that's true, they have. But how do we unleash and unlock that savings during the recovery is going to be a critical part to the success of economic growth. And so, if we do need to think about that within the context, of net zero, then those are the rules we're playing by. And so I think we need to think about some of those things. I mean, I'm not an expert in sustainable development, but I mean, there are a lot of ways we've talked a lot, I have about some of the ways in which capital has, probably been stuck with some of our big institutional investors instead of invested in the Canadian economy. And just as an example, life insurers, when you have an unrated potential investment, life insurers have to put a flat capital charge on their balance sheets. And so what that does is it disincentivizes low risk investments in the economy. And so a lot of that capital, and that doesn't apply to banks. Banks do have the ability to use their own models on unrated investments, and life insurers don't. So you have all this capital that's sitting there and not being spent. And so I think we need to think creatively about how to unleash that capital for that savings for investment, and if if it's within that net zero framework, then we need to think about it in that way.
We'll have to end it there. We're substantially over. Thank you, folks. Turning then to Mr. Cumming, followed by Mr. Fragascatas. James, 5 minutes.
Great. I'll start with Mr. Mintz and Mr. Cross on the first couple of questions that I have. $1 trillion worth of debt. Might even be $1 trillion, 1.2 trillion. Who knows by the time we're done with this? It strikes me that one of the things that we need to start talking about is how are we going to, we need growth. We need significant growth if we're going to have any chance of starting to repatriate some of that debt. So it strikes me two things have to happen. One is the preferred is private sector investment, getting companies to invest into Canada and invest into projects in Canada. So if you could comment on what has to change, or what do you see as fiscal levers that we could have to encourage that kind of investment? And then the second piece would be, we hear from witness after witness after witness of shovel-ready projects for public funding. Should we not have some sort of filter that if we're going to consider more debt and more public funding toward any kind of projects, that they should focus on those projects that will improve productivity and maybe actually create some revenue rather than create a drag on other levels of government supporting their operations? So if you could comment on those two different things.
I'll start because I'm sure I'll give a very quick answer and Jack will give the right answer. I certainly agree with the growth. That's something I emphasized coming after World War II, that the lesson there was by far the easiest way to deal with these problems is always economic growth. And we should focus on that. We spent a lot of time in the last decade arguing about inequality and income distribution, and we ignored income creation. I think more than ever, we need to get back to that. The other thing I'll mention is, as I say, a lot of studies have shown that in reducing the deficit, spending cuts are preferred to tax hikes, especially because of the stimulative effect it gives to business investment.
First of all, I think what people want is they want to get back to work and they want to see growth. And the only way that you're going to get people back to work is that we start making sure that governments can get out of the way of that growth and not make it harder to achieve. In other words, there's going to be some very damaged sectors. We're going to have to see people move from take on new. Some people taking on new jobs, new careers, and so governments need to support all those things. And Armenia will be very pleased to know that I totally support you. Might be a question about how you do it, but I totally support that childcare is one of the things that helps get people back to work. Now, in terms of there are really two sets of issues. One is on the labor side, and how do we get people back to work? I am much more interested in wage subsidies than I am in the guaranteed annual income. I think that's a much better way of trying to get people to back to work, especially reducing the very high marginal tax rates when people start earning income that can be as high as 70% or 80%, depending on circumstances. I do think that private investment is going to be very critical to get back on stream. It's been disappointing since 2015, in 2014 in Canada. Outside of residential private investment, our private investment in all the sectors, not just oil and gas, but other sectors, has been below par since 2014. And our productivity has been almost flat since 2014. We do need growth, and we need to have policies that are going to encourage it. On infrastructure, I think we should not just focus on shovel-ready. I think we should also focus on growth-enhancing infrastructure and longer-term infrastructure. And in fact, there is money to be spent on infrastructure right now that the federal government has, and they should hurry up some of the things that they're doing, which I think getting some of the projects going, even if they take longer. The trouble with infrastructure is it's not a very good way of trying to deal with short-term demand issues. It's much more important in terms of longer-term issues. But I also want to remind people private infrastructure is extremely important. And if you look at broadband and the telecommunications industry, et cetera, that's where we really should be looking at developing our private infrastructure even greater. And that I can tell you right now, there's huge interest in rural areas to have much better broadband. A lot of municipalities need support in that area. So it's there is a government funding issue there, but a bigger issue is just regulation and the spectrum issues right now, which is the federal government has been extremely slow in getting spectrum going in this country. It's been terribly slow. And we are way behind on G5. We are way behind on G5, and we need to do, 5G. We need to, technology. When you look at Australia and other countries like that, they're way ahead of us right now. So that needs to be, I think, a very important focus on the infrastructure side.
Okay, we're substantially over time. Thanks, a lot of information there, folks. Peter Fragaskatis, and then we'll go to some single questions. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In an effort to find some consensus, I think I'll go back to Mr. Mintz. And Mr. Mintz, it's nice to see you again. Could you just revisit your comment that you made about childcare? Is it the case that you see it as a positive tool for generating economic growth?
The answer is basically yes, and I guess the question is how you make sure it's provided. Right now, I would just like to get kids back into school and our current child care get back on its feet because right now the pandemic has closed down so many facilities. So I do think that we just need to get things going right now so that and deal with these health issues so that we can get things back on their feet. I think there's some very severe issues that are involved right now for kids. I have a daughter who's a social worker. She deals with kids like this, and families. There's huge stresses out there right now. Now, in terms of the longer term, though, we've seen essential workers need childcare support right now, but we also we do need to have childcare, I think, as a way of supporting people to get back to work. And then, of course, the question is, how do you provide it? And my view is that I don't see a problem with private childcare. I don't see a problem with public childcare. I think sometimes we let our biases about public-private get in our way. My view is that the government should think of a holistic approach, because one of the big issues, of course, is that childcare workers are not very well paid, and maybe we need to start thinking a little bit more about what sort of things that we can do to build a better childcare system within each province. And of course, the question is, what is the federal role in all that? And I think we need to understand that, because the provinces have a huge role themselves.
Of course. No, it's an important conversation to have, and one I expect that we will be having in the months and years ahead. To Mr. Kronik. Mr. Kronik, great presentation, and I wanted to ask you about something specifically that comes out of a recent C.D. Howe report, and I'll quote from it. The report says that placing the economy into a partial coma made sense during the first wave of the pandemic, but if there is a second wave, a second economy-wide shutdown should be avoided in favor of a more targeted approach. Now, many of these decisions, obviously, if not most, around the economy and what is allowed to function and what is not allowed to function are in provincial hands, as we all know. But could you go into that a little more from a parliament? I'm asking from an MP's perspective. I think parliamentarians need to be thinking about these things too, because we are representatives in our communities, and we're hearing from a lot of businesses in particular and workers that are impacted. What does it mean to call for a more targeted approach? What does C.D. Howe Institute mean by that?
Right. So this was part of our monetary and financial measures working group that we put together. And the comment there was less about the sort of epidemiological and as Ian mentioned earlier, which demographics and vulnerable people should be self-isolating, and more thinking about it, from the perspective of what we can afford and not afford. So it comes back to a lot of the questions we've had around debt here, but also, I think part of why governments have talked about a staged approach is so that you can move in between stages. And if you get to stage 3 and you start to see that the cases are picking up and there's some increased vulnerability to your populations, well, then you can move potentially back to stage 2. But hopefully, what we're in a situation where we have a testing and tracing program in place that we don't have to shut down everything. Part of why we had to shut everything down is partly just the unknown about the disease, but also we had very little ability, and we still don't have sufficient ability, at least in Ontario and Quebec, the type of testing and tracing that would be needed to, and then isolating in order to not have to shut the economy down. So it was a little bit of everything in there, a little bit of the debt side of things, a little bit about the testing and tracing, and then a little bit about the staged approach.
Sorry,
Still time.
you could have slipped one in there because I didn't have my mic on, but no, we're out of time. We'll have to.
Out of respect for you there, Mr. Chair, I wasn't trying to play a game.
We'll go with 4 single questions, starting with Mr. St. Marie, Mr. Julian, Mr. Cooper, and Ms. Petrakis. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garand, we know that Canada really hasn't set itself apart when it comes to R&D expenditures, both from the public and the private sectors. Why is it important to invest in research and development now, specifically in relation to COVID-19 and what will follow? Well, the same rule applies to training the labour force. It's important to invest in our productivity, and you're right to say that among the G20 countries, we're not at the front of the pack. In fact, we are laggards. So the government of Canada needs to think about a sectoral approach, perhaps, and also our what we can call, in inverted commas, our heritage sectors. There's been a lot of R&D in the oil sector in Western Canada that have, in fact, faced one crisis after another. COVID, and then the previous financial crisis. So do we really want to bail out that sector at the expense of other sectors and at the expense of growth overall? And the stakes are high for future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Then Peter Julian.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Yalnizan, if you'd like to give any more information around the benefits of public spending around social and physical infrastructure, I can assure you that the public certainly wants to hear these kinds of ideas and these kinds of investments. And if you'd prefer not to, I'll ask Ms. McEwen if she has any rebuttals to some of the statements that have been made around the federal debt during this meeting.
So where are we going? To who? I see.
Who do you want to go to?
Well, if you're prepared to answer, I'd love to go to you first.
Okay, I wasn't trying to duck it. We were running out of time. As I put in my HUMA report, which you can have in hand, it's like leaving money on the table to not invest in childcare. And whereas I'm thrilled that Dr. Mintz agrees with me on this, and whereas it's absolutely true that Quebec has shown that it pays for itself, Pierre Fortin's work on subsidized childcare shows that for every $100 in paid in subsidies for childcare, the Quebec government in 2008 received $104 in additional revenues, and the federal government received $43 as a pure windfall. They didn't put a thin dime into the program. Then you take a look at programs of highly learning enriched early learning for at-risk children in the United States, 4 different programs that show that the return on every dollar for these targeted programs is from $4 to $8.75 return on every single dollar invested in these programs. It's just not widely done. The market doesn't do it. public services do it. So leaving it in the market's hands and being agnostic as to whether the market can provide it or not is, I don't think, appropriate. All of the evidence shows that for us to get the biggest bang for the dollar, we need to incorporate childcare, and not just childcare as warehousing, but early learning and supporting of children who are at risk for dropping out. We need to incorporate that into the educational system. It needs to be publicly accessible, and it needs to be learning enriched before they hit school age for it to work its magic. That's what makes it the secret sauce. There's actually, in the other presentation I made, there's remarkable evidence on the returns on investment for Pathways to Education, a program that Stephen Harper expanded mightily, but is still a pilot project. It's not expanded, it's not normalized. We are leaving money on the table by not investing in these programs that have returns to the individual, have returns to households, have returns to governments, and have returns to society. You want to maximize potential. You want to maximize the future. This is the way of doing it.
We will have to end it there, Ms. McEwen. I'll just hold your remarks till near the end. We'll take the next two questions. There might be time then. Mr. Cooper?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to direct my question to Dr. Cross. Dr. Cross, you recently undertook an analysis on the economic cost of the Chinese Communist regime's misinformation and mishandling of COVID-19. The evidence is clear that for weeks the Chinese Communist regime falsified and downplayed risks associated with human-to-human transmission in direct contravention of their obligations under the WHO's international health regulations. We know that the Chinese Communist regime vigorously opposed early travel restrictions from Taiwan, Australia, the United States, and encouraged millions to leave Hubei province. As a result of the Chinese Communist regime's duplicity, a regime that, by the way, the Prime Minister has a deep affinity for, COVID-19 was transformed from a regional health issue into a global pandemic. Based upon your analysis, what is the economic cost to Canada as a result of the Chinese Communist regime's COVID cover-up?
I think I calculated that the drop in GDP using the PBO's estimate in current dollars, we're looking at a loss of something like 16%. That's a little over 400 billion. I also calculated that the loss of to the national balance sheet and wealth is in the order of a couple of $1 trillion. But I also noted that there's a lot of, we can't even put a price on a lot of these things. There's going to be a reduction of long-term productivity. There's going to be a cost of increased bankruptcies. We haven't even begun to calculate that. So I put an estimate out there on the order of a little over a couple of $1 trillion. But when the dust settles from all of this, it could very well be much more.
Okay, thank you both for that. Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Dr. Cross, but anyone that feels comfortable can chime in. Some of my honorable colleagues seem to be advocating for austerity in response to this government's unprecedented emergency support spending. However, following the global financial crises, countries that took extreme steps to cut costs not only experienced slower rates of economic growth, but also saw poorer health outcomes for their citizens. Given the fact that we will be emerging from a public health crisis, and one which many economists have suggested must be addressed through higher rates of economic growth, why does it make sense to be advocating for government cost-cutting and austerity measures that have historically resulted in such negative outcomes?
Who wants to go?
Sure. I can give a brief start. I don't know if Ian wants to jump in here at some point, but I don't think it's obvious to me that countries that advocated austerity did worse. I know Germany and Canada, for example, had the smallest increases in deficits on the order of 5% during the crisis, compared to 10% in Britain and the US. Germany and Canada also advocated at a G7 meeting that we should be moving towards austerity first. And I think overall, Germany and Canada did pretty well compared to certainly the United States and even Britain, although obviously, they had banking crisis and we didn't, so it's apples and oranges. But I think it's a bit simplistic to say that countries that undertook austerity during and after the crisis didn't fare as well.
Ian, do you want in? You haven't been in yet, so we'll let you go.
I'll be very quick. I published in How Ottawa Spends, which is Carleton University, McGill Queen's Press. I published, I think it was the definitive account of the downsizing, of the Liberal government's downsizing, 1995 to 1998. Full disclosure, with the help of two anonymous, very wonderful public servants who fed me an extraordinary amounts of data. And to answer the question, and I did look at that after, what was the impact? Because I've lived in Ottawa all my life, and one of the beliefs at the time was this was going to turn Ottawa into, if I can use Mick Jagger's current phrase, into a ghost town, and it was going to devastate the city of Ottawa. In fact, Ottawa throughout, if you look at the GDP data that Philip Cross just alluded to, for the local economy, and then you look at the national economy, Ottawa prospered mightily, Canada prospered mightily after the largest downsizing in Canadian history. And we had very, very strong growth all through the latter half of the 90s after the largest downsizing austerity program in our history. So I don't think that the evidence supports what you've said. There's also an OECD study. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head or the date, but I've read it. And it was a meta-analysis of different downsizings over time. And they understandably came to a mixed conclusion, saying in some instances it led to more growth, in some instances it didn't. But I don't think we can say across the board that a downsizing program will lead to diminished growth.
I just strongly like to recommend that you read Albert Ellisina's book, Austerity, that came out in 2019. He just passed away, unfortunately, last week. But it is a wonderful study. 200 cases that he looked at amongst OECD countries with his colleagues, and what you found, what you said, is actually incorrect.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just I do have one question. It really relates to what you said earlier, Jack, and it's two key points. One is investment, and the other is productivity. If there's answers to those two areas, we have to find them moving ahead. On the investment side, I think both the Conservative government and the Liberal governments have tried many ways to attract investment into the country, reducing corporate tax rates and so on. Yet companies still sat on their cash, never put new technology in, never increased wages much, and so the capital investment still never happened. On the productivity side, I remember doing a study way back in 1998. It was called Dignity at Work. And we found at that time that if you went to a 4-day work week, you would probably actually increase productivity and people wouldn't be taken off to do other things. Is there any easy, I know there's no easy answers, but has anybody got any suggestions on the key questions of increasing investment in this country, which we're going to have, and increasing productivity, because it is terrible? Who wants to start?
I don't know if we're allowed to.
Go ahead, Ian.
That's Professor Mintz's domain. He has published more peer-reviewed, I read my literature. I read deeply because I'm a professor, so I have the time. He has published on that subject more than any other Canadian, period.
Okay. What's your answer, Jack? What's the simple answer?
Well, as you said, there is no simple answer. We've been. I don't quite agree with some of the things that you just said, Mr. Chair, about the investment. If on the productivity record, if you go back to the period 1989 to 1999, we had a terrible record of productivity. Absolutely horrible, and in fact, we were one of the lowest in the OECD, and it did improve after 2000. So I would argue that a number of the things that we've done, including corporate tax reform, that wasn't just reducing rates; it was also doing other things too, was very helpful in attracting investment. Our investment rates did improve, And also our productivity did improve. In fact, it improved also for other reasons. I won't just say it was the corporate tax, but the studies have shown that the corporate tax helped. There's no question about that. The only question that I have, which has been a constant issue that has plagued everybody, is why is it that Canada just can't seem to get its productivity rate much better than, let's say, 1.5% per year? Actually, it was actually 1.5% through some of the post 2010 for a certain period, but it has been really lagging, and people keep looking for answers. And so one view is that maybe we need moonshots, and so now we got the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and we have superclusters. I will guarantee you, and I may not be living then, but in 15 years, we will still be talking about 1% productivity rates, because we still haven't gotten to the fundamental problem of why we can't improve our productivity. And I think we're thinking too much about maybe looking at certain little things to improve our productivity when there's something much bigger. And I think some of it is simply not enough pressure on our businesses to be more innovative, not enough competitive pressure. And that's because we've done a great job protecting many businesses from competition. So that's one hypothesis I have. I may be totally wrong on that, but I have a bit of a view of these issues from the past, and I see a lot of protected sectors in our economy.
Mr. Chair, Ms. McEwen wanted to answer.
Ms. McEwen for a minute. I told her I'd give her a few minutes, a couple of minutes at the end. Peter, what was your point?
That Ms. McEwen wanted to answer that too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think this ties back into what Armin was talking about earlier.
More time. He asked 2 questions to 3 people, and then go ahead, Ms. McEwen.
Okay, childcare. That's what's going to improve productivity. Actually, if people have affordable, quality childcare that they know is in place, and that their kids are well cared for, that improves productivity. If we have affordable public transit and active transit in livable cities, that improves productivity. It's easier for people to get to work. I agree. I think it's amazing that you were suggesting a 4-day work week. People that have experimented with that find that, especially for office workers, you tend to kind of make the work fit into the week. And if you condense the week to 4 days, you get just as much done. But inequality. I think inequality is a drag. When they talked about the cuts to social services from the 90s, we saw that impact in the 2000s on inequality. So you have people who are stuck in low-wage jobs on social assistance who cannot contribute to society or increase their economic potential, for lack of a better word, or social potential. So those are the big things that are holding us back. And if we don't address those issues, we're not going to have a productive economy going forward.
Okay, with that, we have certainly had suggestions right across the full spectrum on this panel today, which is a good thing, because sometimes disagreements really make you think. So I do want to thank each and everyone for their presentation, and committee members for their endurance as well. And to the committee, we will see you on Tuesday, and we'll do this all over again. So thank you to the witnesses very much for your presentations and your time and your advice. Meeting adjourned.